that video would be very long and very boring, so I decided to start in 1985. That's the year General Secretary Chernenko died and was replaced by Mikhail Gorbachev. At this time, the Soviet Union wasn't doing that great, especially economically speaking. Between 1980 and 1985, the Soviet GDP didn't grow, which apparently is a problem because we
All right, so I don't even think the audio has been going on this
Yeah, I was gonna
video.
say,
This
am I
is
supposed to be? Am I supposed to be able to hear this?
oh my god.
What is happening?
What is going on here?
Little technical difficulties.
Can you
here,
hear me?
folks. Yeah, I can hear you.
Why the fuck is it echoing?
Do you have Discord open or anything? Well, maybe first and get this video out of here. So let's just get that out of there first.
I think I figured it out. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
What the fuck? Pause that. Remove that. Yeah, because I can't hear you now for some reason.
You can't hear me. Anybody in
There
chat?
we go. Okay. All right. I figured it out. Jesus Christ.
What you got going on over there, man?
I think I know. I figured out why. I guess the audio wasn't playing for that video almost the entire time. So yeah, it's doing great. Welcome to another magnificent episode of Subversive History, an anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist Twitch stream.
Yeah. Looks like we don't have a ton of people in chat at the moment. So I don't know how deeply you want to get started here, but
I mean, it's up to you, man. I figured we would start like a little bit early. That way, like, we're able to, not be streaming until like 10 o'clock tonight.
right. You think we should just get started on the book content, or do you think we should hold off for some other people to share it? Because is Sam or anything even here at this point?
The only person I'm seeing here is there's like a couple people in here.
Oh, okay.
Grave Wax.
Oh, nice.
Rogue Girl.
Cool.
Alistra, Ella. So, all right, let's,
Yeah, then let's get started. I guess it's just not showing in StreamYard just yet, so can't always trust the little number on top of the screen, I guess.
No. Thank you, Grave Wax, for showing us proof of life.
There is life on this uninhabitable planet.
So yeah, Left Anticommunism. I'm honestly kind of also interested to see what kind of crowd we attract with the title of this episode, because for whatever reason that word communism just seems to attract all kinds of characters into our chat more often than not.
Right. Well, I mean, hey, they got to follow us if they want to talk shit. So
exactly. I'm of the mind that they should have to pay us in order to debate you.
Yeah.
But it's anti-communism though, so who knows? Maybe that'll throw them off.
Here's more of my very, very elementary PowerPoint skills.
Look at that.
I very much would like to make this look like a little bit more polished in its production, but I haven't spent much of my life making PowerPoints. Excuse me. So maybe I can eventually start adapting a little bit more of like flair and you know, panache to them. But
It's okay.
right now it's still going to be pretty bare bones. But I did figure out to do things that you could just embed like YouTube videos directly into the stream to the slides, which is helpful. I'll try to get this, but I feel like this is still a little bit better than what we were doing, because now at least like I can have like large sections of the book like here, like so.
You're a budding graphic design artist, Pat.
Yeah. Instead of just having us just read through these like very long blocks of text, people can. The prophecy has been realized.
Yeah, sorry we didn't give anybody like any real heads up about like us starting earlier. It's just that like I considered that like, hey, if we're gonna be like, you know, going at this for like 4 hours at a clip, let's start like a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm open to the experimentation.
So I'm sorry, Pat. Please continue.
No, you're good. You're good. So you got anything else going on?
As far as like the stream goes, or this book in general?
No, just in general.
Yeah, nothing. I got
using a magic card to clean my teeth. I ate an apple earlier.
That's definitely being used as the what the hell is it?
Lose focus. It says I'm not.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, we're definitely using that right there as the YouTube preview. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. So yeah, left anti-communism. This chapter is honestly the one that opens up the floodgates for, I think, a lot of like the vitriol that Noam Chomsky gets from Parenti fans. As an aside, Brazilian J6 going on today. Excuse me?
Oh yeah, I saw. Let's check in on that real quick before we start this. Let's just see what's going on. Yeah, Bolsonaro and Bolsonaro supporters like stormed the hall, stormed something.
Get the fuck out of here! What?
Like fighting with police or something like that. Here, see it. I didn't really grab. I just
grabbed the fucking video, bro.
Bolsonaro supporters breach security barriers, break into Brazilian Congress and presidential palace.
But the election already happened.
Dude, they don't care about elections, dude. Supporters of the former president Jair Bolsonaro on Sunday breached security barriers set up by armed forces. If anybody has like a live one, any kind of like live coverage of this.
What's up, Chimera Machina? Let me see if I can find it. Brazil. Oh, here we go. Fucking
massive crowds at the capital of Brasilia, walking up a ramp that leads to the congressional building, where they had reached the green room located outside lower House of Congress chamber. Interim President Veneziano Vital de Hogo. If this is Brazilian, I assume that they are Hogo told CNN Brazil. Other outlets showed Bolsonaro supporters entering the Supreme Court and the presidential palace, where CNN Brazil showed the arrivals of anti-riot police and the Brazilian armed forces. Inside, protesters were using furniture to build a barricade to prevent police from entering. Well, yeah, and you know that like a Brazilian January 6th is going to be way more lit than a fucking.
I mean, yeah, for months, fucking Eric was like just handing out AR-15s. I mean, I thought if they were going to do anything, they would have done it like when Lula was getting the sash or something. There's a banner that said in English, "We want the source code."
What does that even mean? Oh, Popeyes.
Fucking yeah, why are they doing? Isn't Jair like in fucking Miami now?
Yeah, I just saw 5 minutes ago from the King Liberal Vox. Thousands of Brazilians reached federal buildings just a week after Lula's inauguration. For the voting machines. Hold on. Let me see if I can find like a video of this or something.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
He was in Orlando. Whatever. All right. Orlando, Miami. He was in Disney World, all right, or Disneyland. I always fuck up the two. I don't know the difference. It was a mistake to just literally type into YouTube Brazil live because all I'm seeing is like different bands playing live.
You guys hear this?
Yeah. So did they shoot anybody yet?
Not anything that I read. I read like CNN and Vox, and they didn't say anything about it being like particularly violent. I mean, as opposed to like this type, depending on what your threshold of violence is. It didn't say anything about like shootings or anything. It looks like it's heating up though. This is crazy. This is already crazier than January 6th, right?
I mean, like, not really.
Not really.
It's not that much more live than like, you know, fucking January. I mean, I expected them to be like having like actual shootouts, not just like tear gas. You know what I mean?
Let me see if there's any like live coverage.
Look, until they're crushing a cop in a doorway, right? Like, I'm unimpressed. All right. I should probably change the banner.
There's really not much in the way of like live coverage or anything like that.
Which is kind of shocking.
Yeah, man, that was a great day to be a social media consumer when January 6th happened. There's just so much live.
Oh, dude, have I ever told you how me and my wife found out
in
that January
Brazil,
6th was even
coming
happening?
out of the Brazilian capital, where protesters have broken into government buildings. This video we've just obtained from an eyewitness outside the parliament in Brasilia. Supporters of the former far-right president Jair Bolsonaro have invaded the Supreme Court, the Congress building.
It looks like less people than January 6th.
Honestly, yeah.
Like it seemed like a sparse crowd. When you saw January 6th, it looked like a fucking it was like a sea.
It looked
of
like a
fucking
mob.
people. It was crazy. Maybe this is just a bad angle or it hadn't really started yet, but this seems a little bit more sparse than January 6th from what I can see so far. Like,
Also, what is the end goal? Do they think that like what they're gonna like hold the government hostage and then Jair's gonna fly back from fucking Orlando?
or I mean, if they can just like foment enough like craziness that maybe like another country has to step in or something like that. If you goad them into start shooting some people, you can use it as a, you know,
Who are they gonna get to step in?
America. Like, this is January 6th in terms of like scale. I feel like January 6th was like looks like a lot like a more dense crowd of people from what I can see now.
It was.
Like, these are insane.
I recently watched the documentary. What the fuck is it called? 4 Hours at the Capitol or something.
Oh, that's
on
the other
HBO.
one. That's the other one on HBO, right?
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
Look at this. Look at this picture right here.
Yeah, that's like
this is crazy.
And that wasn't even the amount of people that were there when they first stormed the gates.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, those people all showed up later. That's probably like more people than was at like his fucking election, honestly.
Maybe.
But yeah, like I don't get it. I don't know.
Surrounded the presidential palace in Brasilia. It all is an echo, isn't it, of the January 6th invasion of the US Capitol by supporters.
Yeah, it might be a few less of them, but they do look like they're doing more damage. Well, like, who was it? It was the guy from TrueAnon that was in that Andrew Callahan documentary. He's like, yeah, it's like, this is the MAGA right or whatever. Like, they embark on like one of the greatest insurrectionary movements in the state's history, and all they can do is like post videos and get arrested. Like that's all they really did. Like they got through the gates, and they're in there. They're in the fucking office. They have control of like the building itself, and they're so ill prepared and so like lacking a political education that all they do is take videos of themselves and get arrested. That's the only thing that they accomplish.
The only thing they have is like the loose demand of like, we want Trump to be president, and that's that's it.
It's like, or else what? I don't know. We're gonna hang out in here, I guess. Like,
yeah, we'll like beat a cop to death with like a fucking fire extinguisher.
But we
already did it. Yeah, like fucking. I don't know. I don't see this working out any better for the Brazilian chuds, to be honest.
Especially unless there's some kind of like far right paramilitary that
we haven't seen
is going to come up and pack this up, and provide some kind of like meaningful force behind like a bunch of people just hanging out in Brazilian flags. Like this looks like it's pretty chill. Like it looks like everybody's just kind of standing around.
Flip flops, man. Like fucking. I don't see a single.
Let me tell you, man. In Brazil, though, they don't know the meaning of closed-toed shoes. So,
dude, I don't see a single dude dressed up in tactical gear. I don't see a single AR-15. Right?
Yeah, Dorian.
They're overthrowing the government. we made it a week.
1,000 protesters, we're being told, have broken into buildings, smashing furniture inside the Supreme Court and the Congress. Local media estimating about 3,000 people were involved. Far-right support.
3,000 people.
They are all like
Black
distant members of the Gracie family. Although, actually, no, there probably are some members of the Gracie family present.
3,000 people were there. How many people were in January 6th? How many?
You're going to make me Google this.
I just want to do it for scale. 5 people died. I don't care. Can anybody? So there was 950 people plus that were charged in January 6th. I'm just looking for like a total number. Oh. It said 30,000. Oh no, that's how many people would attend.
No way. More than 2,000 rioters entered the building.
And that's just who entered the building?
Yeah.
There was probably like twice as many of them outside, right?
I'm trying to figure out. That's from... Yeah, this is from Wikipedia. I'm trying to see. Attack on the Capitol.
Why is this so hard to? I mean, I guess it's kind of hard. It's not like they were taking attendance. Yeah. Like, and it's always hard to just look at a crowd and like assume how many people were there.
I'd say it's like about 1,000.
1,000 in total?
No, I'm just being an asshole.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, look, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I kind of wish there was more live coverage of the Brazil one right now, because
of Bolsonaro.
This came out within the last hour.
A military coup since he lost the presidential election back in October. Many dispute the result. Now, this area that you
we'll
can see
what happens
around the Parliament building,
the sunset,
had been cordoned off, but protesters managed to break through, march past security, and get into some of those buildings. The current President Lula da Silva, is in Sao Paulo for the weekend, so isn't present. We're keeping across that story, of course, throughout the evening.
The feds are investigating
how
one
Balkan
of the
drug
largest...
cartel infiltrated global stream.
Yeah, fucking, I don't know. I don't. My sister knew someone that went to January 6th from Florida. LOL. Her Mary Kay was. Well, that's another thing is that, like, you know, I'm sure the demographic of people that are doing this in Brazil aren't much different than the demographic of people from January 6th, where like
no, Bolsonaro supporters and Trump supporters are like they're two cut from the same cloth. They're just spicier versions.
White middle class, like, you know, fucking used car salesmen and like ski-doo, you know, rental owners.
Yeah,
No difference. And like, you know what? I don't think they're gonna overthrow the Brazilian government.
Well, especially from that footage, they didn't seem to be too ornery of a bunch. I mean, it looked like most of those people were like having a barbecue outside. It didn't seem particularly riotous. The other video footage that we saw, it does look like that it was getting a lot more heated. I would definitely like to see where we're at right now.
Yeah, but, unless the dudes with the ARs are already inside those buildings.
Yeah.
Right? And there's like a lot of shit going on that like we're not seeing right now. It's not the same as like when I found out that my Roku TV has you know, access to certain channels, certain news channels, and you know, I just turned it on. I was like, oh shit, there's, you know, fucking whatever news channel. I turn it on, and then there's people storming the fucking Capitol, and and my wife is just like, holy shit.
I just sat down on YouTube and saw that like 1 million people are just like posting about it. Okay, so here's like the New York Times. It says it's live. Updated 7 minutes ago. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Are those gunshots?
Nah, those are definitely like pepper or tear gas. Check out this tweet though.
All right. Brazil taking the capitals against corruption and not elected former inmate Lula the thief. Bolsonaro still our president. Brazilian spring.
That looks like, yeah,
that looks like a lot of people.
That looks a little bit more familiar.
I don't know actually how Twitter works. Like, can I just search like Bolsonaro up here? Is that the best?
I literally just searched Brazil with an S capital, and like that's what came up. So are those like pro Bolsonaro dudes with shotguns or what?
Well, it's one of two things. I mean, I don't know what the Brazilian military looks like, but it's either a paramilitary force, or it's very likely the reactionary elements within the military, which is a classic correspondence to any coup that I've ever followed. Is that if if Bolsonaro has a significant portion of the military that is in his favor, then the military, even though they're pledged in oath to defend whatever government, are the ones that are generally the ones supporting an opposition when coups actually become successful, like in Guatemala, like in Chile. Reactionary or conservative elements of the military itself, that they might be showing up there in support of it. These people could be showing up there. To potentially quell it. Who knows? Like maybe they're there to protect it. Is this the same thing?
Yeah, because that's another like very big thing with anything like this, right? I mean, the whole reason why Evo was even able to be ousted from government was because he never switched up the military. I think the only reason that Maduro, has even lasted as long as he has is because Chavez, switched up the military, got rid of like anybody that like wasn't in support of what the fuck is it? The Sandinistas
And where?
in Venezuela. Like the only reason that, like, the Venezuelan government is still standing is because Hugo Chavez got rid of anybody.
In Nicaragua, the Bolivarians in Venezuela.
Muito gás, muita fumaça.
Hey Pat, check this out.
I don't talk to my Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor about politics. I respect that man as an instructor. He's fantastic at his craft, but I don't think he's very well versed in politics. He has some really out there beliefs, pretty much parallel to what any Trump supporter would have. Whoa. Your building looks cool, man.
Yeah, man.
But they have this walkway up to the top. What is this dish? Look how crazy this is. It makes the United States Capitol look like shit. Right? What is that big dish up there? It's like a big bowl.
They got two towers on top of it.
And you can like walk up this thing to get on top of it.
Like, are you supposed to be able to get up on top?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it looks like there's a ramp for you to walk up there.
Man, if only I knew how to read Spanish.
It's not Spanish.
Oh, fucking Portuguese.
You ever see the episode of The Simpsons where Bart goes on a flight to Brazil and he has like a tape recorder and he's like, "Well, I learned Spanish on the way here," and they're like, "Well, they don't speak Spanish; it's Portuguese." And he takes the tape recorder and starts hitting himself in the head to forget all the Spanish he learned.
Quebraram aqui tudo já.
Aqui que fica o presidente?
Eu acho que é no outro andar.
Onde fica os vidros verdes? Os verdes.
God damn.
Muita fumaça.
So, all right, Vitor. Like, yes, I'm sure they're big fans of the military, but is the military as big a fan of them? Like, is that affection reciprocal? You know what I mean?
I mean, if it's anything like the United States, which we've been drawing comparisons with this entire time, you know what I mean? You're probably going to find a lot of conservative individuals joining the military in the United States.
Right.
There's probably far more Trump supporters in the military than there are Biden supporters. So I would
that's a cop car.
I would just roll the dice to say that. Yes, the majority of the Brazilian military probably does support Bolsonaro.
That's
Sam. Yeah, in my experience, you know what I mean. That's just my experience of like, you know, a person in the United States. I mean, obviously depends on what you consider.
Gente, cara, pediu para entrar. Eu fui e acompanhei ele até a porta. Ele falou: "Deixa eu só me identificar e mostrar que a gente está com vocês. A gente está do lado do povo."
Paul Giamatti's cousin.
Aí, ó. É mole? Será que estamos certos? Brasil!
Brazil.
Woo! I mean, yeah, at this point it kind of sucks because I could scroll through this infinitely and watch stuff, but oh shit. Can we not show that? Can we not show like a bloody?
We
knee?
cannot show blood. That is the terms of service.
What the Oh, this is 3 minutes ago. Looks like things are heating up a little bit in terms of like, riot police getting there. Oh, shit.
We're picking this kid up.
This is fucking crazy.
So like this is where things get interesting for all my ACAB peoples, right?
Yeah, this
Who do you-
is an
who do you
interesting
support?
ACAB conundrum, isn't it?
Who do you support? No,
Yeah,
no,
I
like
mean-
that's a real fucking question. Who the
Yeah.
fuck do you support? Do you support like the fucking Jair Bolsonaro supporters?
Yeah,
That is a
Sam,
lot of people yelling.
Sam, it literally sounds like you're in a stadium. It sounds like you're in a stadium at a sports game right now out there. So there is a lot of fucking people. And it looks like things are certainly heating up. I imagine a lot of that footage we were watching before when the sun was out was before there was actually like a mobilized anti-riot force that has been put together. And now by this time, this was 4 minutes ago, there's been like a lot of people mobilized to put this down. And now we're seeing like the real conflict. Before there's so many of those people, you just kind of got the same thing with January 6th. Like when there's that many people at the door, like you just kind of have to let them in. You know what I mean? Like, what are you?
It's
gonna
actually
do?
kind of
Like,
funny because by the time night actually fell on January 6th,
it was like over.
like it was over.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, what happens here, because this is a completely different situation. Like how much?
the riot police look significantly outnumbered.
But how armed are they?
Nobody was getting shot, which is interesting. Like, because even in my like tainted Western perspective, you think that the police down there are going to be a lot more like violent. You know what I mean? And I could be wrong about this, but that like classic like thought process, like, oh, you fuck around in South America, they'll probably let it off quick. And they seem to be pretty much as measured as an American police, if that's any standard for police behavior. But
Well, I mean, like when it comes to January 6th, yes, it's about roughly probably
now
the
we're
same.
looking at January 6th level. Like now I have no more. Everything I said before about this looking like less people, I was wrong. There is as many people, if not more fucking people involved in this.
But like, I think that the other solution to this issue, right? Do you just start gunning them down, and then like you're gonna have to deal with a very international situation?
I would say no. I would say that that's not the correct path to dealing with this.
I'm not saying it is either. I'm just saying, like, you got so many options. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to think about that. How to maintain order and absolutely.
You know what? Let's get into the book, because I feel like this is going to be like an excellent example of of what's going to come up in this chapter.
I agree. Actually, yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of things that. Hold on, let me see what goes at anti-communism. Oh. What the fuck?
Is that a dildo?
Oh. Is that against
Is
that against TOS? Is that against TOS?
I don't think so.
All right. We'll touch back. We'll get back and visit our friends in Brazil soon. But let's get into some of our regularly scheduled programming, and we'll pop back in on that, because as of right now, I just scrolled Twitter for like five or so minutes, and we're kind of seeing a lot of the same footage over and over. We can sit there with our eyes glued to it and wait to be like for the breaking news, but I'm sure that's what every single person on fucking Twitch is doing right now anyway. So let's do something a little. Let's do our regularly scheduled plan, and then we'll
let's do that, but educational.
Let's add some historical context. So cool. Glad to see some people filtered in to hang out with us while we continue to talk about Black Shirts and Reds. For those of you that haven't been here in the past few days or weeks, we've been reading over Black Shirts and Reds by chapter, giving like an analysis, adding some additional sources and context to certain things that Michael Parenti may be talking about. Today, we're going into chapter 3, which is Left Anticommunism, which if you're familiar with Marxist or Marxist-Leninist literature, you may find that term familiar. And that's because it's probably one of the 3 to 4 more popular writings of Vladimir Lenin, which is Left Anticommunism, an Infantile Disorder. And this kind of goes, I guess, is something that critiques the anti-communist left and some of their maybe hypocrisies or flaws in their logic as a claim to be self-purported socialists, but generally uphold an extremely idealized concept of socialism that falls short of any type of like pragmatic development. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to keep talking, but I'm going to stop summarizing and we'll get a little bit more into this right now. I always like to include the first opening before any of the subchapters start. So this is how the chapter begins. And this is generally the ethos of this chapter. In the United States, for over 100 years, the ruling interests tirelessly propagated anti-communism among the populace until it became more like a religious orthodoxy than a political analysis. During the Cold War, the anti-communist ideological framework could transform any data about existing socialist communist societies into hostile evidence. If the Soviets refused to negotiate a point, they were intransigent and belligerent. If they appeared willing to make concessions, this was but a skillful ploy to put us off our guard. By opposing arms limitations, they would have demonstrated their aggressive intent. But when in fact they supported most armament treaties, it was because they were mendacious and manipulative. If the churches in the USSR were empty, this demonstrated that religion was suppressed. But if the churches were full, this meant that the people were rejecting the regime's atheistic ideology. If the workers went out on strike, as happened in infrequent occasions, this was evidence of their alienation from collectivist system. If they didn't go on strike, this was because they were intimidated and lacked freedom. A scarcity of consumer goods demonstrated the failure of the economic system. An improvement in consumer supplies meant only that the leaders were attempting to placate a restive population and so maintain a firmer hold over them. If communists in the United States played an important role struggling for the rights of workers, the poor, African Americans, women, and others, it was only their guileful way of gathering support among disenfranchised groups and gaining power for themselves. How one gained power by fighting for the rights of powerless groups was never explained. What we are dealing with is a non-falsifiable orthodoxy so assiduously marketed by the ruling interest that it affected people across the entire political spectrum.
It's Schrodinger's authoritarian. So it's just like, no matter what they do, it's bad. No matter what they do, it's undemocratic, and
And really, what we're summarizing here in this chapter, and what Parenti is attempting to shine light on, is that especially after World War II, when obviously during World War II there was a tenuous alliance between the United States and the Soviet Union. Once World War II had stopped and the atomic bomb was developed, and then Truman pretty much thought that he had, he was the head honcho of the world because he had this atomic bomb that he could throw around. So he instigated with the Soviets and kind of kicked off the Cold War with the Truman Doctrine. And at the same time, parallel to that, which that type of Truman Doctrine, Cold War development is like, I guess you could maybe call it the right/conservative response to the Cold War. But then also there was a quote unquote leftist anti-Soviet, anti-Marxist, anti-Leninist contingent that was parallel with this like United States State Department campaign against it. And what we're going to be talking about was actually kind of that those two things are one and the same, because if you look at the CIA as an arm of this U.S. State Department-led conservative, anti-Soviet, anti-leftist ideology, we're going to go over how some of those left anti-communists were actually products of that very same mechanism.
Right.
So with that being said, I have this video, and I figured out how to fucking put it onto onto the slide. This is by Hakeem, who's like, a pretty big Marxist-Leninist YouTuber. He's a physician in Iraq. He's an Iraqi Marxist. It's a little video, but I think that the inspiration for this video is actually very much inspired from this specific chapter, because he does recommend the book that we're currently reading. So I thought this might be a good introductory to the chapter, along with our commentary.
This will undoubtedly be a controversial video, not because of its contents per se, but by the reaction it may elicit in some sectors of the left. There exists a trend, mostly within the white Western left, to deride or outright dismiss many socialist experiments, either by solely focusing on and magnifying their errors, or by explaining away their triumphs. This being a trend of white Western leftists is simply based on my own observation. I have never seen it from black and brown comrades in the third world, and only rarely see it from black and brown comrades in the first. Maybe that's more of a commentary on leftist organizations in the West than anything else, but I digress. Before I start, let me first define what I mean. Left-wing anti-communism is a trend we see that simply dislikes and disregards almost every successful socialist experiment to have ever existed. Now, we can debate whether they were the true pure socialism trademark that the pure socialists have in their minds or not. That isn't the point. These were nonetheless experiments with no former grand blueprint or guide that attempted to organize society along lines different to capitalism. They were successful, in my opinion, in doing so, and genuinely stood as the greatest and most long-standing threat to global capitalism to this day. Even their memory stirs fear in the hearts of the ruling class, and that's why, to them, they must be demonized at every turn. However, the left-wing anti-communists will not only reject these experiments or damn them as the monstrosities that perverted some pure socialism they've dreamt up, but in some cases claim that we don't have anything to learn from them.
Look at him, Pat. They're ruining
This
it.
trend is almost fully supported by the quote-unquote
What did I do?
I said, look at them, Pat. They're ruining it. They're just
approved
standing around
controlled
dancing,
opposition,
ruining
academics,
communism.
and writers that exist. The Noam Chomskys and the George Orwells of the world. Not only this, but the trend is fully supported by the capitalist establishment, with glowing reviews of books published, and runs and reruns of the books either by the CIAs or Harvards of the respective countries. Now, where do you see this? Am I making this up? No, of course not. If you've read enough literature on the Bolshevik Revolution, for example, you'd quickly notice the pattern of lionizing the first few years of the revolution up until maybe 1922 or 23, and then afterwards, severe condemnation. A lot of this mixed with denouncements of Stalinist dictatorship or Stalinist bureaucracy or a Stalinist soap dispenser that doesn't work all that well. This trend very easily fits with the left-wing anti-communist paradigm, as it glorifies the weakest, most fragmented, and most uncertain time period in Soviet history, in the guise of supporting worker democracy, which, by the way, didn't magically evaporate after 1923. This followed along with an absolute lack of nuance when it comes to what had to be done after those first few years of severe lack of effective organization. Had the revolution failed by 1923, ironically, by the very steps they wished the revolution would take instead, they'd be praising it to the heavens to this day. But no, the revolution did not fail then, and had to be consolidated. It had to build up a strong army to protect it from foreign invasion. It had to build up a strong internal security apparatus in order to protect itself from sabotage. It had to ration due to sanctions. It had to maximize living standards for everyone equally instead of a small clique at the top, like under capitalism. And so,
Can you pause it real quick?
Something to be
Yes.
Because what happens when you don't have that security apparatus? What happens when you don't have, as Lenin described, that special group of armed men in order to enforce this like brand new social order that you're trying to create within this country, right? In real time, right? This very new fledgling country. Like, what happens when you don't have that? January fucking 6th and worse happen. You know, your country, you know, is invaded and you're unable to secure like any kind of order or any kind of safety for your people. And do you think that like the people who like lose loved ones, right? Do you think the people that like, you know, are brutalized in this this shakeup of like this like new social order that you're trying to create? Do you think that like they're going to accept whatever excuse you give of like, well, you know, we didn't want to be too authoritarian against like these people that disagreed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a very fine line that needs to be walked by any state. I mean, like just like we were saying with Brazil, as we were watching what's there, what's the correct action that these riot police need to take? You know, how much force is it that they need that is justified to curtail such a massive insurrectionary movement? And I think this is like, obviously, I don't think, you know, that we want to support or co-sign any kind of like, you know, state apparatus that's undue repression to political dissent or freedom of speech or anything like that. I think that those are all virtues that should be supported and upheld, but also you need to understand that there needs to be like the other side of that coin recognized, where it's, you know, that which will absolutely undo and destroy everything that has been accomplished thus far.
And this is where we may disagree, but like I think that free speech is a vague, nebulous term that like more often than not is just used whenever it's you know, politically what's the word, advantageous, right?
Well, I mean, you don't believe that like most forms of speech should be like illegal under like in a state sense, correct?
I think that there should be some forms of speech that like, yeah, should have like, you know, legal repercussions.
Like, could you give me an example?
Yeah. So like, let's say neo-Nazis. Let's say the Ku Klux Klan. Let's say anybody that's fomenting a political ideology that's like logical conclusion, right, is violence against a minority of people, right?
Sure.
For like, you know, immutable, like, you know, differences amongst whatever norm, right, that you want to use as an example.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think having like maybe a more strict law on that, because then like, do you know the story of Skokie?
It sounds very familiar.
So Skokie, Illinois is the place in the United States with the most Holocaust, or it was. I'm not sure how many of those Holocaust survivors are still alive to this day, but I believe like in the 90s.
Oh, yeah, no, I did.
Had the greatest amount of Holocaust survivors in the in the United States, and this is specifically where some type of like American Nazi party or whatever, some contingent of outspoken neo-Nazis had elected to do a march or a parade or something like that, and it became a like a big issue with obviously the people of that town there, and this conflicted with the U.S. the constitutional freedom of assembly and freedom of speech. And then even there was ADL, the ADL, I believe it was.
I thought it was the ACLU, or was it the ADL?
ACLU supported the Nazis, and there was even not that it necessarily matters, but it's just interesting to think about Jewish lawyers who were representing the Nazis as they marched in Skokie. So it's an interesting conundrum there.
They supported them because they used the reasoning that like, well, what happens if like, you know, there's an anti-war protest, right? Yeah. Like they could then use that same reasoning to go after the Nazis, to then go after like, you know, civil rights protesters or like, you know, people protesting war. But here's the thing, they wound up fucking doing that anyways. After 9/11, right, like, you know, the people that were protesting the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, like, you know, any kind of anti-war movement in the U.S. was thoroughly fucking dismantled anyways. So, like, you know, in the end, right, it didn't really matter. We really don't have much of an anti-war movement, like, you know, to speak of.
Right, but is that a product of American culture, or is that a product of like, I would say that the lack of anti-war movement in the United States is more a product of the like American culture and a long
No, it was thoroughly harassed, right, in the U.S. during like the early aughts, right, and it was thoroughly suppressed because we literally have not had, and it was attacked in the media viciously as like anti-American, right, or like some kind of sympathizer with like, you know, those that perpetrated 9/11, right, or any of this other fucking bullshit, the usual bullshit that happens that we've been living through for fucking, you know, most of our lives now.
Right,
And like Sam is making an excellent point that these
so
laws
you
are
won't give any
never important.
recognition to like a manufactured type, like, you know, this inventing reality manufacturing consent thing that we've been reading about and talking about here, that has embedded itself into American culture since the Cold War, and especially up into the 2000s, where
Right.
there doesn't even need to be a heavy hand of the state to corral people away from anti-war movements,
Right.
or anti-commun or like supporting communism or anything like that, because it's been so thoroughly embedded for many years in direct public manipulation, but also I'd say more successfully through subtle, covert methods of controlling media and controlling, you know, certain type of school curriculum and things like that have made
Right.
the American population extremely radical and pretty much vapid in their political education, you know, illiterate in their political education and vapid in their political activity.
Right. And that's like purposeful. I don't think there's any kind of like coincidence in that.
When you know, in a country like the United States, when you successfully corral that type of sentiment aggressively, that it no longer requires as much force as maybe it did during Vietnam. I mean, I would say that there's been less of an anti-war movement in the United States since the Vietnam War. I don't think anything of the recent military endeavors has been as enthusiastic as the opposition to the Vietnam War. Would you agree?
I would say that like it definitely wasn't as sensational. I would say it was definitely a high watermark, you know. What?
You said the Vietnam War was a high watermark.
Vietnam. Yeah. I would say it was definitely like a high watermark, but I would say that like every anti-war movement since then, but especially after what was it, like 2003, 2004, right? I don't think we've seen anything like, you know, to that degree. I don't know if you remember, like, you know, back in like, what was it, when we first invaded Iraq, that like around the world there was like worldwide protests around it,
right?
Because like
I was young and I was off the political map by many miles at that point. But my point is kind of to say, like, you know, do I put it past the United States to have a counter insurgency movement against a socialist or communist movement in the United States if a sincere one existed? No, I don't. But I think that the United States has had such a successful program of you know, McCarthyist and then Cold War rhetoric that by the time you get to the 90s and the 2000s that I grew up in, this is the status quo. This does not require a heavy hand of keeping that organization away, because decades have removed this from like the public paradigm of political thought.
But I think that like the other thing is, I think post 9/11 you saw such a tremendous push culturally, because I mean, like prior to that, you know, you had things like
Black Lives Matter. I think Black Lives Matter was the biggest protest movement in U.S. history.
I thought it was the Women's March.
Let's see.
That was global. You know, you had literally like people.
Well, then how can you say in U.S. How can you say in U.S. history then if it's a global thing?
I mean, like, because it was all across the U.S. and all across the globe as well.
George Floyd. Here, I'll show you. If we trust these Google results, it was George Floyd, Earth Day, Women's March, March for Our Lives. Ricky Renuncia. Oh, that was in Puerto Rico. Great American Boycott. March on Washington. Let's see. I'm going to see when Iraq or You notice anything about any of these? None of these are about war.
Right.
The top 10 aren't about war. I guess you could say anti-nuclear weapon march, but this is like, this is like more of, in my opinion, like kind of like that liberal kind of like, the disarm, we want a global disarmament than it is like actually attacking some kind of United States policy. Are any of these that I'm missing? Are any of these about? Okay, so here's the war in Vietnam, down only in the 16th largest protest in U.S. history.
People's Climate March.
And then here's the Iraq War protest down at 21.
Right.
So, and for me personally, I think that this is largely indicative of the impotence of like sincere radical movements in the United States. I think that radical movements have been neutered from the United States very successfully through the United States State Department since the time of the Black Panthers, and they have never really bounced back from such a level of repression, both directly and subversively.
Right. And like what I was really getting at by mentioning that, like, the reason why the ACLU or whichever literally defended the right for the Nazis to march through Skokie, was that like
I'm not siding with the ACLU and being like they're right because the ACLU supported them. I was just kind of
trying to say that you are. I'm just stating that, like, I think like you have to remember that there, I think even at that time was still the ratchet effect that nothing can move leftward. Things can only move rightward here. So when it comes to like, things like free speech, right? That means that like only free speech towards the right, but never towards the left.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like Gabriel Rockhill, he recently did like an article on Zizek. Like I think that he does like an excellent breakdown of like, the compatible left. I would use this video, but it's like over, I think like an hour long, and we just,
I don't want to get too far out on this, but would you not say that even in this book that we're reading about Parenti is that a socialist revolution that ensures all of these liberties that we're talking about is the ideal, but it only has to become more strict on these things because of the agitation and the foreign attack.
Right.
Isn't that the general sentiment of the book?
I mean, more often than not, it is outside attack. It is outside pressure that these countries are facing more than internal pressures.
Yeah, I have no disagreement with that whatsoever. But I'm just saying, like, obviously in my ideal of how one would move forward in establishing, a utopian, or obviously I scarcely want to use the word utopian, but obviously that's the same thing as saying in an ideal world. You know what I mean? There wouldn't need to be any kind of like repressive measures, even though at times they are necessary, at least in a historical sense that we can see, and we will get into in a moment. But that's really my only point there. Yeah,
I just look, this is probably going to come up at some point later on, so I figure I might as well get it out of the way. That like I don't believe in free speech. I don't. I think it's one of those terms that means whatever you need it to mean when you need it to mean that.
Right, but obviously, like, we support many, many assembly movements throughout the world right now that are going against certain governmental structures or authority structures. For Guatemala, for example, I would be very supportive of someone that is organizing against the state that is repressive and, is a arm of global capitalism. And I would not want, I would want them to be able to protest that as efficiently as possible.
Right. I mean, like, because none of this is like an easy thing to wade into, in the same way that like I don't think free speech, right, is a very simple thing to define in the first place. Am I making any sense?
Well, I think it's pretty easy to just define free speech is that under penalty of law, you shouldn't be hindered by penalty of law for saying things. I think that's the easy definition of free speech.
And that's where I think like we disagree, where, I think if you are peddling fascism, I think you should be locked up, or at least like,
fascism is like a nebulous term. You think fascism could be a nebulous term?
No, I don't. I mean, like, think about it. One episode we tried to, ask ourselves, like, what is the difference between what the current U.S. state is and its policies and like a fascist state?
Right. and we didn't come to necessarily an agreement, and that's
No.
kind of why I said it was like nebulous.
So, I think that like when it comes down to like if you are peddling an ideology, right, that the natural endpoint, right, or like, the logical conclusion is, right, that you want to ethnically cleanse or do any kind of like, culling of, any group of people over immutable differences, right? You should be removed from general society, right? It's like the same fucking
I wouldn't
thing.
argue with you on that. I wouldn't argue with that on principle.
Right. And how it will be implemented is fucking messy, right? That's why you wind up with things like Falun Gong in China. That's why you wind up, with people that like, support and love the US, like, and want a NATO base in Vietnam. That's how you wind up, with people protesting any kind of rights for LGBT people in Cuba. That's why you wind up with, all different kinds of, things where it's just like.
Would you agree? Do you feel as though that maybe sometimes some of these things get extended a little too far within actually existing socialist countries?
I mean, I'm not there to make that kind of qualification, in terms of like, do I think that the Falun Gong should be suppressed? Yes, absolutely. But basically, like, the Falun Gong just applied, like, Chinese characteristics to Scientology is the same fucking thing. And look at what Scientology was able to accomplish through their freedom of speech, right? They were able to infiltrate law enforcement and have been able to do all kinds of abuses against people for decades now. And amass an enormous amount of wealth and basically do, nothing any different from that weird fucking church that Shinzo Abe is associated with. It's actually surprising that, like, what's his name from Scientology hasn't been Abe'd, with that fucking Borderlands, click clack.
Yeah. So would you ban Scientology?
Yeah, 100%.
Would you ban like the speech of Scientology?
Yes, 100%.
Or just the organization of it?
All of it.
Okay.
Like,
well, I guess we'll get into it because even Parenti kind of agrees that there was a little bit too much of what I'm saying in the Soviet Union. So I mean, like, you might not agree with it, but the book that we're currently reading states it in there. So I mean, I'll agree with Parenti on this one, and we'll get into his specific opinions on it in a moment. Okay. All right. Do you want to finish this video?
Yeah.
Its failure was the fact that it succeeded in the eyes of does not mean, by the way, that I fully agree or disagree with the decisions taken by the Soviets in that crucial early period or afterwards either. What it does mean is that now we have a tangible tradition of what could be done, its consequences, and from that, all the lessons that could be learned. The difference, though, is that these left-wing anti-communists, in all their arrogance, throw out blanket statements of they should have done this or they should have done that, as if the situation were that easy. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were not stupid, and nor were they some strange conception of bourgeois morality as evil. They were highly intelligent, motivated revolutionaries who, along with the workers and peasants, attempted to build something never before seen on Earth, in the most trying of circumstances. If this does not absolve them, then I'll sit back and await the eternal wisdom of these new comrades to establish the perfect revolution with its perfect socialism. Interesting that the groups that can't organize a reading circle think they're capable of this. A connected point is, this is an incredibly common phenomenon with left-wing anti-communists, the lionization of every revolution that doesn't succeed. The reason this happens is, because of those revolutions failing, they never had to contend with actually attempting to build a stable and prosperous socialism. If they weren't immediately crushed, they would have had to deal with every other hardship, both material and theoretical, that the socialist experiments had to deal with, and then they quickly would have been relegated to that same category, the category of every other Stalinist bureaucracy they deride to this day. Logically, since these left-wing anti-communists seem to denounce every gain and loss of the former socialist experiments, there must be some substance to their criticism. They clearly paint themselves as knowing better. They should have done this, they should have done that, abounds in their rhetoric. If that's the case, where are their revolutions? Where are their contributions to Marxist theory? Where are their organizations? You have to remember, when it comes to our leftist friends criticizing these movements, something that's always missing is nuance. Not everything was done perfectly, according to these comrades that have never been in that position, nor do they provide alternative solutions, aside from incredibly vague platitudes. Another thing to understand is why there even exists such rampant anti-communism within the left, especially within academic spaces. Putting aside the fact that, due to the century-long taboo on positive Marxist coverage, many liberals have infiltrated the space. We need to also examine how controlled media of all kinds is under capitalist society. The New York Times and other media organizations pass articles parsed through capitalist social hegemony to be reviewed by the CIAs and NSAs prior to publishing. And similarly, academic publishing houses block anything with even a remotely positive spin on a socialist experiment as a whole. Operation Mockingbird never ended, and you'd be naive to believe it did. Peer reviewers will reject positive journal entries, and publishing houses will outright refuse to look at transcripts if they dare present any evidence without frequent inflammatory damnations of the Soviet Union, Stalin, and socialism in general, regardless of the relevance. Even highly niche works, like Tauger's famine research, or J.R. Getty's research on the Great Terror, cannot escape this. Many times, they have to reaffirm their anti-communist credentials in multi-page prefaces, as if to reassure the reader that they in fact hold no love for the Soviet Union and socialism, and almost apologize for the fact that the evidence points to a nuanced and not cartoonishly evil reality. Nothing is allowed to be published.
Getty and Tauger were the two individuals that I was talking about, maybe last stream or the one before that, who are like very esteemed Soviet historians that talk about the Holodomor.
Yeah,
Unless it's the most obscure,
it's also funny that
boring special.
What is the difference between, like, you know, the New York Times kicking up its articles to the U.S. State Department right before publishing, and, like, you know, Pravda you know, needing to seek approval, you know, from the government before publishing their articles.
Right. Or, I mean, you could also point to the incestuous relationship that private industry and media have. And, you know, you can see someone that very, very enthusiastically criticizes Russia Today for being a state subsidized media outlet, but would never consider the private industry bias of many like Viacom media outlets or any other kind of media outlet. You know, doesn't Jeff Bezos like own the Washington Post?
Yes, but I'll do you one even better, and I just shared it on the Twitter for our page, and that is Reuters, right? No,
well, that comes up. Yeah, go ahead.
Here, you can throw it up if you want. But I don't know if you want to really interrupt the video that we have going on.
Well, I'll save it because I was actually going to bring up Reuters in something that I was going to bring up. I have a couple of sources of some CIA financed media outlets that parade themselves as like leftist, but Reuters is also talked about on that Wikipedia page also. So I'll put this with that, and then we'll bring it up alongside that if that works with you.
It is controlled by one eccentric billionaire, David Thompson, the richest Canadian, who inherited everything he has, including his barony.
His what?
Barony?
I don't know what that is. Is that
I'm assuming he's a baron of some kind.
Is a baron a title that means something other than a rich person? I don't even know what baron.
I guess they have barons in Canada. I don't fuck if I know. Here, yeah, it says Dawn joined Thomson Reuters Dom Solassi joined Thomson Reuters in July 2015 to serve as the company's first government global business director. She is charged with the responsibility of advancing Thomson Reuters' ability to meet the disparate needs of the U.S. government, working across the company's major business lines and optimally leveraging its vast and unique data, products, and services. In this capacity, she develops strategic relationships with government sector constituents and key decision makers, develops campaigns to promote Thomson Reuters' business growth, and works works with the company's senior executives to determine relevant strategic goals and plans. Prior to joining Thomson Reuters, Miss Salasy served 33 years with the Central Intelligence Agency. In her last federal assignment, she served as the National Intelligence Manager for the Western Hemisphere within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. In this role, she was responsible for overseeing national intelligence for an area of responsibility spanning from the Arctic to the tip of South America, including the U.S. homeland. So it's just like, it might as well just be like, controlled by the CIA, because there's no way that she's not like out, you know what I mean?
And the name's David Thompson, I believe.
Thompson, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I said it wrong.
Oh, maybe I did.
Even then, it can only be published by explicitly left-wing publishers or specialist journals. In such an environment of unparalleled freedom, is it surprising that these left-wing anti-communists internalize the hegemony of the ruling class? This leads into the fact that this is more or less prevalent only in the West. I hear these arguments and condemnations almost exclusively from mostly Western, mostly white voices. This doesn't mean that in the Third World, Marxists are ignorant. No, far from it. Marx, Lenin, Mao, hell, even Bordiga is sold by street booksellers here in Iraq. If anything, those in the Third World, by their personal experience, understand the necessity of nuance and the reasons for what some may deem authoritarian. A meaningless phrase, mind you. In my own country of Iraq, a socialist revolution would do more than enough to offend the sensibilities of our misguided Western comrades. The things that need to be done would have to be done harshly, swiftly, and with the local shortages and issues taken into account. This would result in a socialism that, although imperfect, as humanity is itself, will result in a net positive for people's lives and their children's lives. This is more than enough for the left-wing anti-communists to damn this hypothetical in its cradle. The question of racism cannot be ignored. If you've paid attention, you'd quickly notice how the condemnation of third world black and brown experiments are almost immediate. Yet, when the lukewarm social democrat that supported the bombing of Yugoslavia runs on a platform of free healthcare, it's as if he's given them the world.
Talking about Bernie.
All his flaws and the consequences of his
talking about Bernie.
Incorrect theoretical line are excused away, placated, or outright ignored. When the social democrat wants to bring in very benign reform that can only with difficulty be put in place and very easily be stripped away, these comrades sing their praises. But mention Castro or Lenin or whoever else actually managed to establish an order that benefited not only their own nation's people, but countless millions worldwide, and you'll hear shouts of evil, dictator, mixed with smug dismissiveness. A frequent claim is that the evil communists wanted only power for themselves, that Lenin and Stalin, Mao, Castro, Ho Chi Minh, and all the others were simply power-hungry brutes that wanted nothing than to hold the population under their thumb. How one gains power by fighting for the rights of the powerless is never explained. Lenin was the son of a petty noble. Stalin had a promising career ahead of him after graduating from a seminary. Mao was the son of a wealthy farmer and was to inherit his father's vast tracts of land to make a very comfortable life for himself. Castro, too, was the son of a wealthy landowner, and he too was to inherit his father's lucrative sugar plantations. Yet, the first thing he did was nationalize his own family's farm before any other. The first things all of them did was repudiate that which gave them all that privilege in the first place, in order to fight for the unheard majority. How you can condemn figures
none of them were
that often
brokies
to fight brutal and difficult lies for the unlikely possibility of socialism happening within their own lifetimes as evil is beyond me. This is no great man theory. I am but trying to absolve these individuals as history has already absolved them. If our misguided comrades cannot see through the mist of capitalist hegemony is a matter of education and nuance, nothing else. Remember, they condemn a name, a Lenin or a Castro, but in reality, in their misguidance, they are condemning the millions that supported those movements as well. I repeat this as I always do. If leftists in the West achieved 1/10 what former socialist experiments had, they would elate themselves to the stars. This is not to say you cannot criticize those experiments. Far from it, they should be criticized. But there's a time, place, and format this criticism must take place in, and that criticism must be based in evidence and good faith. It must be grounded in nuance and an understanding of the circumstances. This is the criticism honest Marxists take part in, unlike the eternal traitors of our movement such as Orwell, who attacked the Soviet Union at the height of its war against the fascist menace. Yes, the darling of the CIA, the same Orwell that reported Marxists, gays, and black agitators to Britain's secret police. If you hold Orwell in any positive regard, you need to reassess your political inclinations. This leads me to another point. Due to the unending onslaught against the memory of socialism, those that defend examples of former socialist experiments look like blind admirers of those systems. I understand. But that's only because they have been forced to be on the defensive their entire existence, practically. Marxist-Leninists are not blind lovers of those socialist experiments, as left-wing anti-communists are blind detractors. If you doubt this, join a Marxist-Leninist space and ask for criticism. I can assure you, you'll get more than you bargained for. The most scathing criticism of Marxist-Leninist experiments come from MLs themselves. If you continue to doubt this, then stay tuned, as the next video I upload will roughly outline the faults and mistakes of 20th century socialism as I see them. Nonetheless, defending our heritage while understanding its flaws and learning its lessons is infinitely better than being a spineless coward that crumbles against the most superficial pressure and as a result denounces the experiments in their totality only because Red Scare CIA propaganda told them to. This entire topic and so much more is dealt with in Michael Parenti's excellent work, Blackshirts and Reds. I cannot recommend this book enough. Honestly, it's short, just 160 pages or so. You could knock it out in an afternoon. If there is a single thing you should take from this video,
a series of
go
Twitch stream episodes where we read it along with you.
If you like what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help.
Or subscribe to Subversive History for just $4.99 a month.
So yeah, I thought that video was like perfect. Like it offers like a really nice summarization of like I think what's going on with this entire chapter. If I had to guess, especially with the plug at the end, I would say that the chapter of this book was like probably the entire motivation and guiding light of that video that we just watched. There might have been more things in there, but I really do believe that if I had to make a guess here, Hakeem read this chapter and was like, I can make a 15-minute video out of this, and really, obviously drew in some other sources and, his own personal twists and everything like that. But I think really that was every block of text that you came up there was out of this book. And I have many of them here. So I want to kind of get into the specifics. I have some quotes here from the next subchapter of the book, which is called Genuflection to Orthodoxy. And what this is referring to is the anti-communist orthodoxy that has existed in the United States and other Western countries pretty much since the end of World War II and throughout the Cold War period. And to this point has become an orthodoxy, kind of like what I was saying before, is that this is like the second nature of, the United States political sphere at this point and other, Western political spheres. And this genuflection that they're referring to, if you don't know about, in terms of, I guess, the Christian church, at least the Catholic church that I was brought in, the genuflection is the, is that when you genuflect, or is genuflect when you like kneel?
I could ask my wife. She went to Catholic school. I don't fucking remember.
It's to bend the knee. Okay, it's when you get to the front and you do the little kneel at like the altar, when you kneel at the altar. And so this is essentially saying that there's this anti-communist orthodoxy, and many many people in the public, journalists, writers, authors, researchers, have to perform this ritualistic genuflection at the altar of anti-communism to be accepted into the political or cultural zeitgeist. So that's what this is going to cover here. So you can see here, in Parenti's words, many of the U.S. left have exhibited a Soviet bashing and red baiting that matches anything on the right in its enmity and crudity. So this is him referring to the left anti-communism, whereas we expect this type of dogmatic condemnation, lacking any kind of critical or materialist thought from neoconservatives, traditional conservatives, etc. According to Parenti, you can find this in the left anti-communist circles, matching their enmity and crudity. Very hard words to pronounce. I apologize. Then he goes on to say, some leftists and others fall back on the old stereotype of power-hungry Reds who pursue power for power's sake without regard for actual social goals. If true, one wonders why in country after country, these Reds side with poor and powerless, often at great risk and sacrifice to themselves, rather than reaping the rewards that come with serving the well-placed. And this is one of my favorite dynamics of measuring that generally erroneous claim of communists coming to power and then essentially doing very many things that would exhaust them of political finance and political capital. Otherwise, their rhetorical capital. For Castro, for example, there was a very, very clean blueprint of what you could do in Cuba to live an extremely lavish and powerful life, and that was cozy up to the mob, cozy up to the corporations, cozy up to the sugar companies, the United Fruits, and everything like that. And
he didn't even have to do any of that.
Who?
Castro.
He could have just lived his life. He didn't even have to get political.
Literally, like, he was, before he was the leader of any kind of movement or anything, he was a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
And even then, right, he wasn't like, defending businesses. He wasn't just defending anybody. He literally made it a point to defend illiterate campesinos, right? Afro-Cubans more than anyone.
Mm-hmm. And you could say the same about Che. Che came from a very upper class upbringing in Buenos Aires, and then became a doctor. He could have lived his life in a very, very luxurious way compared to dying in a sweaty guerrilla band in a jungle somewhere. He was not necessarily an individual that was had no other options but then to pursue the life of a guerrilla.
There's a particular Georgian that's important to Soviet history that literally just, you would expect him to live in like a palace, and instead lived with his wife, right, and his roommate and his wife, his friend.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to go into some of those the luxuries that are accompanied with socialist political entities as well. So you can see kind of the less than logical nature of this power-hungry Reds thing. I mean, look at Thomas Sankara, for example. Who do you think lived better during their time as a politician, Thomas Sankara or Blaise Compaoré?
Blaise Compaoré, but by no stretch of the imagination.
By orders of magnitude. And it's because there is a blueprint for you to live very comfortably and very powerfully as a autocratic dictator in a country, and that is to cozy up to whatever the neo-colonialist forces are, whether it's France, do the geopolitical bidding of the West, raid the coffers of your nation's social services funds and everything like that, and you don't have to die owning almost nothing but like a broken refrigerator and a guitar, as Thomas Sankara did, even though with his political influence and stature, he could have abused the social spending of Burkina Faso and embezzled as much money as he wanted.
He'd probably still be alive.
Probably would still be alive. Correct. So definitely I like, going over that fact there a little bit and dissecting that kind of power hungry Red dynamic that he's actually referring to Noam Chomsky here. Noam Chomsky's the one
are we avoiding the swipe at Chomsky here?
I'm not really avoiding anything. I just wanted to talk more about the points rather than getting into like the specifics of like quotes and things like that, because I just felt like I can only fit so much text on the screen here.
Really, really extremely quickly though.
Yeah.
It is a little bit ironic that, he states Noam Chomsky holding forth about left intellectuals who try to rise to power on the backs of mass popular movements and then beat people into submission. You start off basically a Leninist who is going to be part of the Red bureaucracy. You see later that power doesn't lie that way, and you very quickly become an ideologist of the right. We're seeing it right now in the former Soviet Union. The same guys who were communist thugs 2 years back are now running banks and are enthusiastic free marketeers and praising Americans. Which, there's so much going on in that.
That has to be the most simplistic rendition of the later years of the Soviet Union and the beginning years of the Russian. It's called the Russian Federation, right? Would that be the
I think name? So.
The Russian Federation. To just boil that down to the once ardent believers of Marxist communism decided to be turncoats and become bankers, like as if that is in some way indicative of the overall Soviet population, the overall Soviet communist population, and the overall class that decided to capitalize off of the shock therapy. There's just so much. I wish I had read this more. This is a book that was recommended to me by Sudanva of Leftward Books when I visited them in New Delhi, India. It's called The End of the Beginning. It's called Lessons of the Soviet Collapse. And it's about that specifically. If I had more time, and if I was, it's a very short book, but I think I'm going to read this in my off time.
Is that like that book? What is it? Socialism Betrayed? Yeah,
I read
like that.
So here, it's funny that we're reading Blackshirts and Reds, which I told you was the first book that I read. In my political awakening, as you could call it. Socialism Betrayed was my third after State and Revolution by Lenin.
Wow.
Those are the first three political books I ever read in my life. And I wish I could tell you, but I almost retained nothing from Socialism Betrayed. It's kind of a dry book with a lot of great information. I would like to reread it, but I was so early on that it was like very difficult for me to really know what I was reading with that one. But just to I'll give you the summary on this one. The USSR, a workers' and peasant state, lasted a mere 70 years, as we've gone for a quarter of a century. Existing socialist states face many of the same external pressures that the Soviet Union faced. Future socialist states will too. In addition to interference from the imperialist world, the socialist experiments thus far have faced a number of internal problems. How to maintain economic growth in the face of constantly changing needs and expectations, how to maintain revolutionary momentum through the second, third, and fourth generations of the revolution, how to balance a revolutionary internationalist foreign policy with the need to maintain peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world, how to avoid economic and diplomatic isolation and take advantage of the latest global developments in science and technology, and trying to locate solutions to such problems. The details of the Soviet collapse constitute some of the most important historical data we have available. The more our movement can learn about the Soviet experience, the better prepared we will be to prevent historic reverses and defeats in the future. And the better equipped we will be to develop a compelling, convincing vision of socialism that is relevant to here and now. Carlos Martinez goes back to the legacy of the USSR, traces the lessons to be learned from this crucial social experiment, and provides a challenging narrative of its collapse.
Give me 1 second. I just got to run to the bathroom.
Yeah. Do you want me to? Okay. Yeah. So interesting book here. Yeah, Carlos Martinez. Yeah, super cool. I really just, because I was like reading this book, it's hard for me to like read another book to substantiate the parts of this book that I'm reading. So I just kind of got a couple pages into it. Dorian, it says here, Carlos Martinez is an activist, writer, and musician based in London. He runs the political history blog Invent the Future. His major interests are the history of actually existing socialism and strategies for challenging imperialism and building socialism in the 21st century. Does that sound like the same person you're talking about? I'm not super familiar with this individual. So if that's the same person that you're referring to, guy in London who has the history blog Invent the Future, then this is a book that he wrote, and it's released by Leftward Books, which is a really, really awesome publisher and bookstore in India. Most likely him, British guy, always seems like. I'm super excited to read this. I'll probably just read this in my off time before school starts. Let's see if there's any Brazil stuff popping off while he runs to the bathroom. Does anyone have any updates on what's happening in Brazil? Let's see. Did everybody see this? That there's a Brazilian QAnon shaman that has revealed himself. He nailed it. Oh no. I wonder if there's actually an actual a QAnon contingent of this as well. Like, I wonder if they believe in the actual QAnon situation along with this. Now, according to Reuters, Musk says that it's possible that Twitter gave preference to the leftists during the Brazilian election. And once again, Twitter-led election conspiracy theories run rampant after Musk dismantled all of their trust and safety teams. Now Brazil's capital is facing an insurrection, but unlike before, Musk has actively promoted and pushed these conspiracies. Well, that's great. Musk promises to investigate Twitter suspension of far-right Brazilian figures. High-profile names, including grandson of military dictator, complained that they were being denied free speech. And yeah, if we were questioning, like, you know, about the police, you can see here, police in Brazil are taking selfies of thousands of Bolsonaro supporters invade places of power. So you can see that the cops there aren't very enthusiastic about suppressing the insurrection. Adam Schiff and Pelosi call for immediate criminal investigation into Trump over the events unfurling in Brazil.
That's a joke, right?
I don't know, man. Also, there is this. Look at this. Musk says that it's possible that Twitter gave preference to leftists during the Brazilian election. Musk says he's seen concerning tweets about Brazil's election. Elon Musk personally moderating tweets about Brazil's election. Sources. Musk promises to investigate Twitter suspension of far-right Brazilian figures.
That's from November.
Yeah, I know, but I think they're just saying that, look, and once again, Twitter-led election conspiracy theories run rampant after Musk dismantled all of their trust and safety teams. Now Brazil's capital is facing an insurrection. But unlike before, Musk has actively promoted and pushed these conspiracies. But I didn't see any new, like, crazy footage or anything like that.
And I doubt, like, you know, any kind of consequence is going to happen to him.
Yeah. And just the last bit on this kind of genuflection to the anti-communist orthodoxy. For decades, many left-leaning writers and speakers in the United States have felt obliged to establish their credibility by indulging in anti-communist and anti-Soviet genuflection, seemingly unable to give a talk or write an article or book review on whatever political subject without injecting some anti-red sideswipe. The intent was, and still is, to distance themselves from the Marxist-Leninist left.
What's your favorite book that has ever made, like, an unrelated denouncement of Stalin?
Oh, there's probably like a million of them. Like, I love a lot of books.
No,
like,
I mean, I know, but like the one that's like the farthest removed from anything relating to Stalin, making mention of Stalin and going out of their way to denounce him.
I don't think I download that into my mind when I go by and like keep it in a special compartment to bring it up like this. I wouldn't even know. And especially because of the ubiquitous nature of it. You know what I mean? Like it's not even surprising. Like, especially if you're reading books by Verso or any of these other like large socialist or left-leaning book distributors. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I think that there's always going to be, you know, this more like manufactured sense, and then I think there's also just the innate sense of like the state of English politics, where people are going to have to claim that they're leftists, or even if they're saying that they're communists, that they need to make it known that, like, you know, I don't intend to be Joseph Stalin or something like that.
Mine so far has got to be the Jakarta method. Makes it just offhand mention of Stalin to denounce him for, like, I don't know why. I think it's just because, like, the Indonesian Communist Party, but like it was completely unrelated to that time. But Behind the Bastards, I'm pretty certain that dude works for Bellingcat.
I mean, I think it's also just going to be that I think that social democracy and anarcho-communism and anarcho-syndicalism are three political thoughts that are much more popular than Marxism, Leninism. And historically, those three, being an anarchist / anarcho-syndicalist, being a anarcho, you know, quote unquote anarcho-communist, and being a social Democrat has historically, for decades at this point, come along with an anti-Leninist tinge to it. So, I mean, whether it's through the Cold War indoctrination, or the, some of that naturally comes with some of these political ideologies, or like at least like this whole team sports adherence to political ideologies. Because I consider myself a Marxist-Leninist in the political sense, but also I consider myself not to be a rigid adherent to any political dogma, and I'm willing to entertain many things that fall outside of like my view of politics. And the more I read, the more malleable I would say that becomes.
Oh, and Chimera Machina, that's because he works for Bellingcat. He
What is
basically Bellingcat?
Yeah, what is
You've never heard of Bellingcat?
Bro, are you gonna make me ask again?
Here, you can throw this up real quick.
All right.
It won't take that long. Fuck, I dropped my spoon in my food.
Now, so are you referring to the guy from Behind the Bastards works for this?
Yes. He actively works for this, like right now.
Netherlands-based investigative journalism group that specializes in fact-checking and open-source intelligence. It was founded by British journalist and former blogger Elliot Higgins. Publishes findings of both professional, citizen journalist investigations into war zones, human rights abuses, and criminal underworld. Site's contributors are also published guides to their technique, as well as case studies. Investigating the use of weapons in the Syrian civil war. It reports on the Russian. You would think it would say chemical or something like that. It just says weapons. I don't know. In the Syrian civil war, it reports on the Russian-Ukrainian war, including the downing of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17, the El Huquento raid, the Yemeni civil war, this Skripal poisoning, and the killing of civilians by the Cameroon armed forces have attracted international attention. Is there something specific that you need me to bring up here?
Yep, I just wanted to show you that real quick so I can show you this link right here.
Okay.
Sorry, I was so hungry. My stomach was growling. I was scared it was going to get picked up on the mic.
Oops. So this is from mronline.org. Bellingcat funded by U.S. and UK intelligence contracts that aided extremists in Syria. Since its launch in 2014, the self-styled open-source investigation website Bellingcat has cemented itself as a darling of mainstream Western media. It dives into alleged Syrian government chemical weapons attacks and Russian intelligence operations showered with praise, puff pieces, and glitzy awards. While vehemently insisting that it is an independent of government influence, Bellingcat is funded by both the U.S. government's National Endowment for Democracy, I know that, and the European Union. CIA officials have declared their love for Bellingcat and their unambiguous signs that the outlet is partnered closely with London and Washington to further the pairs. So this is from Bellingcat's financial, apparently. I guess this is the parts here at the bottom.
Yeah, that's it. The Bellingcat does not accept direct government funding. It only accepts contributions from international or intergovernmental institutions like the EU, OSCE, or the UN.
Okay, got it.
It's basically a CIA front.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so
all right, so back to I guess Blackshirts and Reds. Is there anything going on in Brazil?
No, nothing new. No new footage that I saw. So now we're going to step into the discussion of an extremely relevant individual in leftist political discourse and just general literary discourse. I think that like 1984 is one of the most popular books of all time in terms of, or like of the modern era, that I would say. I think it like tops most people's lists of best book of all time. I'm actually not the biggest hater of George Orwell's writing. I mean, I don't think he's a terrible author. But we need to look at who he was as a person, and also how his work has been weaponized.
He was not a good person.
Right. So, just to quote Parenti first and foremost, George Orwell, a prototypic red basher who pretended to be on the left, was George Orwell. In the middle of World War II, as the Soviet Union was fighting for its life against the Nazi invaders at Stalingrad, Orwell announced that a willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin is the test of intellectual honesty. It is the only thing that, from a literary intellectual's point of view, is really dangerous. Monthly Review in 1983. Safely ensconced with a virulently anti-communist society. God, it was so hard to say that. Orwell, with Orwellian doublethink, characterized the condemnation of communism as a lonely, courageous act of defiance. Today, his ideological progeny are still at it, offering themselves as intrepid left critics of the left, waging a valiant struggle against imaginary Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist hordes. I don't know if you remember, but last week I was talking about a bookstore that I used to volunteer at, and they were sending internal emails around about worrying about nothing had actually happened, but like they heard from someone that this place was doing a Lenin works of Lenin book club, and they started sending around internal emails that like tankies were going to come in, join the collective, start coming to the weekly meetings, and then voting in favor of like a vanguard of this bookstore. And like I was just sitting back behind my phone looking at these emails like, these people are insane.
Yes.
Because I don't even
I hope they do.
I don't even talk about what I believe there. I keep what I believe because it's a very anarchistic bookstore, and I think it's a very cool place. There's a lot of great books there. They even have Blackshirts and Reds, so they have
I know
decent books there. I buy my my David Harvey books there. I buy my Fanon books there. You know what I mean? There's plenty of good. And of course, it's an anarchist bookstore, and they say all this stuff about tankies. But they sure love having Huey Newton books in there, and they sure love having Fred Hampton books in there, and they sure love, I could go on with the amount of things that I'm just like, oh yeah, I like this one. You know what I mean? And like, we don't talk further about their ideological sensibilities there. But watching these emails go around about the tankies creeping in and taking over the store was a very interesting thing. And I think that really does kind of speak to, and this is my anecdotal evidence, but this left waging a valiant struggle against imaginary Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist hordes. Like it just seemed like there was a very uncalled for trepidation about tankies coming in and taking over this anarchist bookstore.
Yeah, it's never gonna fucking happen. But I think it's comical that they have this.
It was comical more than anything because I was like, dude, I'm here and there's not a single other person here.
Like I have not once made a grab for power since I've been here, and I've been here for a minute.
I volunteered at the store. I never went to a single meeting.
Yeah,
because I didn't care. The meetings were on Sundays. I would volunteer once a week, and then I wouldn't even go to the meetings because I didn't really care to vote on anything.
Right. So,
I was probably the least involved. I might have been I was probably the only tanky that was actually there, and I was the least involved person. People would say why don't you come to the meetings? And I'm like, oh.
I hate bureaucracy, man. Fucking. So I think that there's one thing about Orwell that I think is often overlooked, if not completely unknown, right? And that's not just his Hitler mustache. That is also his fucking history as and actually the inspiration for 1984 comes from his time as a cop.
Well, not even
colonial.
To be honest, like a cop, some maybe quote unquote from a working class background that maybe stumbled into policing. He
was the colonizer.
He was
in Myanmar,
in Burma.
Well, I mean, it was called Burma then.
Yeah, and he actually wrote a book about this, which I didn't even realize that Orwell had this history as a colonial police officer until I was in college. And in an English class, we had to read this book. He wrote that. It's not necessarily a book. You call it a passage or something, but he talks about this time that there was this elephant around the village and it knocked down a house or something like that. And by a house, I guess you could call it a hut. And there was all these people worried about this elephant, and Orwell was worried that he was being perceived as a weak person by the people he was colonizing, by the people whose duty it was, by the people he was dutied to police. He felt like they didn't respect him, that they thought he was weak. So he found this elephant and he shot it in front of everyone. as a display of dominance. And in his mind, it was like a battle for him because he knew he didn't have to shoot it, but he shot it because he wanted to prove to everyone that he'll pull the trigger. So it's an interesting little book that I read while I was.
I wonder how everyone actually did feel about it. You know, I wonder if it was more of like, what the fuck is wrong with this white boy? Why the fuck did he just shoot this fucking elephant for like no reason?
And he's looking around like, you see?
I'm a man.
Yeah.
I shot it. I shot the elephant.
Yeah, so that was an interesting little read. That's the first time that I heard about that. But
do you know why he actually left though?
What?
Do you know why he actually like resigned?
No.
His wiki states that he contracted dengue fever in 1927. Entitled to a leave in England that year, he was allowed to return in July due to his illness. While on leave in England and on holiday with his family in Cornwall in September 1927, he reappraised his life, deciding against returning to Burma. He resigned from the Indian Imperial Police, literal imperialist, to become a writer with effect from 12th of March 1928. After 5.5 years of service, he drew on his experiences in Burma police for the novel Burmese Days, which I think is the book you're talking about, and 2 essays, a hanging, I don't even want to look, and shooting an elephant. You know, I guess this is before he wasn't very creative in like his titles for his books. They kind of just, 1984. It happens in 1984. You know, Burmese Days. Here's my days in Burma, shooting an elephant. Here I am shooting an elephant
in Burma.
Hanging.
So we can definitely talk about like maybe like the colonizer mindset, which you hear thrown around a lot as like people of like even just like average citizens of the first world have this, but you could say that he was he was literally a more active participant in the colonizing process in Burma. But also probably the most contentious portion of Orwell's legacy will be Orwell's list. You can have your disagreements, your political disagreements, and your political allegiances, but there is also a time where those ideological commitments may result in behavior that in hindsight is extremely deplorable when all the context is taken into consideration. So we can establish that context, we're going to go over this page here for Orwell's list. For those that don't know, in 1949, shortly before he died, the English author George Orwell prepared a list of notable writers and other people he considered to be unsuitable as possible writers for the anti-communist propaganda activities of the IRD. When we're done with this page, we're going to go into the IRD page because it's very important that we know what the IRD was and who he was providing this list to. And so we're going to get to that in a second. Which was a secret propaganda organization of the British state under the Foreign Office. A copy of the list was published in The Guardian in 2003, and the original was released by the Foreign Office soon after. Orwell's list isn't mentioned in Blackshirts and Reds, and I think it's because this book was written before 2003, right?
Yeah, it's written in like 1990s. You know what? Let me Google it.
So it's funny that he brings up like all this like Orwell bashing or identifying what he believed Orwell to be without even the revelation. Without even the revelation of the list, which I think is the most damning piece of evidence against Orwell.
Yeah.
But we're going to go into it, and I'm not going to leave any of this out. I want us to get a measured and objective look at what this list was and what it was used for. So the IRD was a secret propaganda wing of the UK Foreign Office. This is putting it lightly. When we actually read what this organization did, this will put it up there with any CIA endeavor. Well, no, not necessarily with any CIA endeavor, because CIA did some very fucking terrible things.
MI6 also helped.
So we'll get to that in a second. You'll see. We'll talk through all of that.
You'll all see.
It was a dedicated disinformation warfare, anti-communism, and pro-colonial propaganda. The IRD was created in 1948 by Clemente Ateli's Labour government and became both the largest wing of the Foreign Office and the longest-running covert government propaganda department in British history. Celia Kirwan, a close friend of Orwell, who had just started working with Robert Conquest, I don't know if...
Great guy. Yeah, no, because Noam Chomsky loves to use his analysis of things to, back his shit up. Also, what's up, Liar Judas? Thanks for dropping in. And Ross Publica, how you doing?
So Robert Conquest, just in the last stream where I did kind of go off on a tangent about the Holodomor, where I criticized Robert Conquest's work because he was largely affiliated and funded by the IRD. Just give me 1 second because I'm going to go to the IRD page and I'm
not saying anything. I'll mute.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying anybody. Don't think that I'm leaving Robert Conquest without more. We're not going to talk about this guy more because we will. So he assisted with the IRD, visited Orwell at the sanatorium where he was being treated for tuberculosis in March 1949. Orwell wrote a list of names of people he considered sympathetic to Stalinism and therefore unsuitable for writers for the department, and enclosed it in a letter to Kirwan. The list became public in 2003. Having worked in Cyril Connolly's Horizon magazine and briefly as an editorial assistant for Humphrey Slater's Polemic, Kirwan was Arthur Koestler's sister-in-law and one of the 4 women to whom Orwell proposed after the death of his wife, Eileen O'Shaughnessy, in 1945. Although Koestler had supported such a match, Kirwan turned him down. Interesting. So this list was based on a private notebook he had maintained since the mid-1940s of possible cryptos, or FTs, which stands for fellow travelers, members of the Communist Party of Great Britain, agents and sentimental sympathizers. I almost said anti-Semitic sympathizers. Sorry.
I wouldn't be shocked, though, if he was anti-Semitic.
Well, this is what they say. They say the list featured that his list featured a disproportionate amount of not only Jews, but blacks and homosexuals. So
so he probably was anti-Semitic.
We'll get to that. But there is accusations of that because it did seem as though his list targeted mostly Jewish, homosexual, and black individuals. Yeah. So the notebook, now at the Orwell Archive at University College London, contains 135 names in all, including U.S. writers and politicians. 10 names had been crossed out, either because the person had died or because Orwell had decided they were neither crypto-communists nor fellow travelers. The people named were a melange, some famous, some obscure, some he knew personally, and others he did not. Orwell commented in New Leader in 1947, the important thing to do with these people, and is extremely difficult since one has only inferential evidence, is to sort them out and determine which of them is honest and which is not. There is, for instance, a whole group of MPs in the British Parliament who are commonly nicknamed the Cryptos. They have undoubtedly done a great deal of mischief. I like that. I like that term for political organization, especially in confusing public opinion about the nature of the puppet regimes in Eastern Europe. But one ought not hurriedly to assume that they all hold the same opinions. Probably some of them are actuated by nothing worse than stupidity.
Right. The puppet government. I think he's talking about the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah. The notebook contained columns with names, comments, and various markings. Typical comments were Stephen Spender, sentimental sympathizer, tendency towards homosexuality. So that's another reason.
He's not even like full gay.
He just has a tendency towards that, and that's something that we need to be aware of.
Tendency? What does that even mean, bro?
Yeah.
He doesn't like to. He's not like full. He just likes to, you know. He's always asking, you know, do you want to go for a Svitz? You want to
go for a Svitz? And then Orwell's like, hold on.
One moment.
Guy is gay.
But yes, I will join you.
I also was reading about a lot of homosexuality homophobia that was present in his writings. Like he would talk about like Lispy or Sissy or Nancy. Like apparently a lot of his writings, he would like trash gay people kind of, or gay characters.
So it's either he was a homophobe or his wife was a homophobe or his wife resented him for like hiding things, because I don't know.
It gets better. Hold on.
And it takes a special kind of man to write a list about which one of your friends may or may not be gay.
What about this? What about this one that I highlighted here?
Very anti-white.
You see who he's referring to?
Paul motherfucking Robeson, man. New Jersey's finest.
Which, this, in my opinion, is one of the most scathing issues, is that, you know, they're saying that this list was about people who shouldn't write for the IRD, as in like they wouldn't be useful propagandists for the IRD. That's the most charitable interpretation of what this list was for, is that the IRD was looking for people that could write propaganda for them, and Orwell was leading them away from communists. But it just seems weird to talk about a American, someone who's not in England. Well, actually, Paul Robeson was in England quite a bit. I'm not going to.
He traveled all over. But
Yeah.
let's add some context to this though, Pat. You've got a guy who's making a list, checking it twice. He's writing down shit about whether you're gay or not, or anti-white, right? You know, on top of that,
I don't
he's a
consider
former
Paul
cop.
Robeson. I don't consider Paul Robeson a Stalinist in really any respect. I mean, he definitely said some positive things about Stalin, but if you just look at his overall, I mean, he was very, supportive of many sides. He would go to Spain to sing for the wounded in the Spanish Civil War. He was constantly supporting dock workers unions and unions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that he was like ardently like really sold on any specific brand of like socialism or communism. I think he was kind of more generally a supporter. It just seems like a big stretch that he needs to go on the list of your list of Stalinists. It seems like you're really stretching that definition to put him on there, and also that he's a anti-white Henry Wallace supporter. Just seems like a big stretch of the imagination to be like, this is the demonic Stalinist who's going to impose the gulag on British soil.
Have you ever heard the what is it, like the reenactment of his House of American? All right, so like if I remember correctly, yes, he doesn't outwardly say like, I support Stalin.
Yeah.
But he's like, what business is of it is of what?
He won't say he's a communist either. They ask him if he's a communist, and he won't say.
And he's like, what does it matter if I am? Because he knows he's fucked, right? And it's honestly because of that like it's not like after McCarthyism is over, right? That
McCarthyism didn't end; it became a standard. No. It became the standard thought of the United States,
right? And what I'm getting at is that he was literally he was around for all of like the civil rights activities that went on.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fucking disgusting that Paul Robeson had his legacy and his public stature eviscerated because of his unwillingness to denounce communism, when he is literally one of the most important figures in African American history, and he's almost completely unknown, and that is absolutely fucking despicable in my opinion. As someone who I draw so much inspiration from, not only as like a man or just as a person, take his political beliefs aside, everything that he was able to accomplish as a person is one of the most remarkable lives ever lived. He is the definition of a Renaissance man, of a 20th century Renaissance man.
He's and like a shonen anime character. There's no bringing him down, right? Until like the very end, and then he kind of died like in destitute. But
people say that he was poisoned by the CIA. His own family members believe he was poisoned by the CIA. I don't know if that's true.
I've heard about that account. Like his son was like hallucinating and shit, and he drank the drink that was intended for Paul, right? And he was all fucked up. And it's just like we don't know what's wrong with him, and they think that like that might have been LSD, and they might
it's alleged, and I don't want to I think you guys can tell this by now that I try to be very thorough with I'm citing things that I can actually
I'm a crank.
So this is Paul Robeson testifying. We're just going to jump into this because I want people, maybe some people don't know where Robeson stood. So this is the person that was placed on Orwell's list as someone that was a Stalinist.
Now, Mr. Robeson.
Can you hear that okay?
Yeah.
Do I have the privilege of asking who's addressing me?
I'm Richard Ahrens.
What is your position?
I'm director of the staff. Did you file a passport application in July 2, 1954?
I have filed about 25 in the last few months.
In July of 1954, were you requested to submit a non-communist affidavit?
Under no conditions would I think of signing such an affidavit. It is a contradiction of the rights of American citizens.
Are you now a member of the Communist Party?
Oh, please.
Please answer, will you, Mr. Robeson?
What is the Communist Party? What do you mean by that?
Are you now a member of the Communist Party?
Would you like to come to the ballot box when I vote and take off the ballot and see?
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully suggest the witness be directed to answer the question.
You are directed to answer the question.
I invoke the Fifth Amendment and forget it.
I respectfully suggest the witness be directed to answer the question whether, if he gave us a truthful answer, he would be supplying information which might be used against him in a criminal proceeding.
You are directed to answer, Mr.
Gentlemen,
Robson.
in the first place, wherever I've been in the world, the first to die in the struggle against fascism were the communists. I laid many wreaths upon the graves of communists. That is not criminal. Chief Justice Warren has been very clear that the Fifth Amendment does not have anything to do with the influence of criminality, and I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Have you ever been known under the name of John Thomas?
Oh, please, does somebody here want me to put up a perjury someplace? John Thomas, my name is Paul Robeson, and anything I have to say, I have said in public all over the world, and that is why I'm here today.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that you direct the witness to answer the question. He's making a speech.
I ask you to affirm or deny the fact that your Communist Party name was John Thomas.
The Fifth Amendment. This is really ridiculous.
The witness talks very loud when he makes a speech, but when he invokes the Fifth Amendment, I can't hear him.
I have medals for diction. I can talk plenty loud.
Will you talk a little louder?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment loudly.
Sir, who are Mr. and Mrs. Vladimir
I
Nikiev?
invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Do you know a Manning Johnson?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Do you know Gregory Kifitz?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Do you know a Max Jurgen?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Max Jurgen.
Why don't you
took
have
an
these
oath.
people here to be cross-examined? Could I ask whether this is legal?
This is not only legal, but usual. By unanimous vote, this committee has been instructed to perform this very distasteful task.
To whom am I talking?
You're speaking to the chairman of the committee.
To Mr. Walter?
Yes,
The Pennsylvania Walter?
that is right.
Representative of the steel workers?
That is right.
And the coal mining workers?
That is right.
Not United States Steel by any chance. A great patriot.
That is right.
You are the author of the bills that are going to keep all kinds of decent people out of the country.
No, only your kind.
Colored people like myself. And you would let in the Teutonic Anglo-Saxon stock.
We are trying to make it easier to get rid of your kind, too.
You don't want any colored people to come in. Could I be allowed to read from my statement?
Will you just tell this?
Yo, he didn't even have an answer.
Well, and not only that, I mean, this is like the 1950s, so
Yeah.
it's like the civil rights didn't even happen. That judge is probably like, "You're damn right." You know what I mean? Like under his breath, he's probably like,
Yeah.
You said it there, slick." You know what I mean? Like it's like he didn't even have to worry about his job for not like
No.
So like even if you were a racist today and you were involved in this type of thing, you would have to be like, no, that's not what I said. But like this is back in the 50s where the judge is probably just like,
Yeah, you'd have to make some kind of twisting of logic in order to
run cover.
The like what's his name that edited that bill to prevent people from being able to get asylum and stuff that we were watching
Right.
on Friday.
Exactly.
So quick question, Pat. Have
Go
you
ahead.
ever have you ever married someone not of this country that was hoping to get citizenship through marriage?
No.
All right, I have. Have you ever applied for any kind of paperwork in order to become a responsible legal firearms owner?
No.
I have. There are questions on the paperwork and that you are asked during the immigration interview, right? During the former example that I used, where they ask, have you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? They ask you on the paperwork, right? Even if you're just getting a gun transferred to you, or a firearm rather, only the once. And it wasn't like we set it up like that. She just wasn't, from here, and we were in love, and I wanted her to be able to stay here. So, what the fuck is it? So like, they ask you these questions, right? And it's still on the paperwork. Like, even if you're just having a firearm transferred to you, like through an FFL, that like, have you now, or have you ever been part of like the Communist Party, right? Or have you ever been part of any sort of party that seeks to overthrow the U.S. government? As if you're going to answer yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Check.
This committee, please, while under oath, Mr. Robeson, the communists who participated in the preparation of that statement.
Oh, please. The reason I'm here today, from the mouth of the State Department itself, is I should not be allowed to travel because I have struggled for the independence of the colonial peoples of Africa. The other reason I'm here today, again, from the State Department and from the record of the Court of Appeals, is that when I am abroad, I speak out against injustices against the Negro people in this land. That is why I'm here. I'm not being tried for whether I'm a communist. I'm being tried for fighting for the rights of my people, who are still second-class citizens in this country, in this United States of America. My mother was born in your state, and my mother was a Quaker. My ancestors, in the time of Washington, baked bread for George Washington's troops when they crossed the Delaware. My father was a slave. I stand here struggling for the rights of my people to be full citizens in this country. And they are not. They are not in Mississippi. They are not in Montgomery, Alabama. They are not in Washington. They are nowhere. And that is why I'm here today. You want to shut up every Negro who has the courage to stand up and fight for the rights of his people, for the rights of workers. And I have been on many a picket line for the steel workers too. And that is why I'm here today.
Would you tell us whether or not you know Thomas W. Young?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Thomas W. Young is a Negro president of the Guide Publishing Company. I'd like to read you his testimony, quote, Paul Robeson has no moral right to place in jeopardy the welfare of the American Negro to advance a foreign cause. In the eyes of the Negro people, this false prophet is unfaithful to their country, and they repudiate him, close quote. Do you know the man that said that?
I invoke the Fifth Amendment now. Can I read my statement? It is a sad and bitter comment.
While you were in Paris in 1949, Mr. Robeson, did you tell an audience the American Negro would never go to war against the Soviet government?
May I say that is slightly out of context? May I explain to you what I did say? I remember the speech very well. 2,000 students who came from populations that would range to 600 or 700 million people asked me to say in their name that they did not want war. No part of my speech in Paris says 15 million American Negroes would do anything. I said it was my feeling that the American people would struggle for peace, and that has been since underscored by the President of these United States. Now, in passing, I said...
Do you know any people who want war?
Listen to me. I said it was unthinkable to me that any people could take up arms in the name of a man like Senator Eastland of Mississippi against anybody. Gentlemen, I still say that. This United States government should go to Mississippi and protect my people. That is what it should do.
I lay before you, sir, an article, quote, I am looking for full freedom, unquote, by Paul Robeson in The Worker. July 3rd, 1949, quote, I said it was unthinkable that the Negro people of America or elsewhere could be drawn into war with the Soviet Union. I repeat it with 100-fold emphasis, they will not, close quote.
And gentlemen, they have not. It is clear that no Americans are going to go to war with the Soviet Union.
While you were in Stockholm, did you make a little speech?
I made all kinds of speeches.
Let me read you a quotation.
Let me listen.
Do so, please.
I am a lawyer.
It would be a revelation if you would listen to counsel.
In good company, I usually listen. But you know, people wander around in such fancy places.
You said, Mr. Robeson, and I quote, I belong to the American resistance movement, which fights against American imperialism, just as the resistance movement fought against Hitler.
Just like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman were underground railroaders and fighting for our freedom, you bet your life.
I have to insist that you listen to these questions.
I am listening.
I quote further, why should the Negroes ever fight against the only nation in the world where racial discrimination is prohibited and where the people can live freely? Never. They will never fight against either the Soviet Union or the people's democracies, close quote. Did you make that statement?
I do not remember, but what is perfectly clear today is that 900 million people, other colored people, have told you they will not. 400 million in India and millions everywhere have told you that.
The witness has answered the question. He doesn't need to make a speech.
Did you write an article that was published in the USSR Information Bulletin?
Yes.
Quote, I want to emphasize that only here in the Soviet Union did I feel that I was a real man with a capital M, close quote.
I would say, what is your name?
Aaron.
I am quite willing to answer the question. When I was a singer years ago, and this you will have to listen to.
I am listening.
I am a bass singer, so for me, it was Chelyabin, the great Russian bass, not Caruso the tenor. I learned the Russian language to sing their songs. I wish you would listen now.
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to direct the witness to answer the question.
Just be fair with me.
I ask for order.
The great poet of Russia is of African blood.
Let us not go
It
so
is
far
important to
afield.
explain this.
Did you make that statement?
When I first went to Russia in 1934.
Did you make that
When I
statement?
first went to Russia in
Did you
1934.
make that statement?
In Russia, I felt for the first time like a full human being. No color prejudice like in Mississippi. No color prejudice like in Washington. It was the first time I felt like a human being. When I did not feel the pressure of color as I feel it in this committee today.
Why do you not stay in Russia?
Because my father was a slave, and my people died to build this country. And I'm going to stay here and have a part of it just like you, and no fascist-minded people will drive me from it. Is that clear?
You are here because you are promoting the communist cause.
I am here because I'm opposing the neo-fascist cause, which I see arising in these committees. Jefferson could be sitting here, and Frederick Douglass could be sitting here. Eugene Debs could be sitting here.
Now, what prejudice are you talking about? You were graduated from Rutgers. You were graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. I remember seeing you play football at Lehigh. There was no prejudice against you.
Just a moment. This is something I challenge very deeply, that the success of a few Negroes can make up for $700 a year for thousands of Negro families in the South. My father was a slave, and I have cousins who are sharecroppers. I do not see success in terms of myself. I have sacrificed hundreds of thousands of dollars for what I believe in.
While you were in Moscow, Mr. Robeson, did you make a speech lauding Stalin?
I can't remember.
Have you recently changed
What
your
has
mind
happened
about
to
Stalin?
Stalin, gentlemen, is a question for the Soviet Union, and I won't argue with a representative of the people who, in building America, wasted the lives of my people. You are responsible, you and your forebears, for 60 to 100 million black people dying in the slave ships and on the plantations. Don't you ask me about anybody.
I'm sure you wouldn't want to discuss with us the slave labor camps in the
Nothing
Soviet
could be built
Union.
more on slavery than this society, I assure you.
I would invite your attention to the Daily Worker of June 29, 1949, with reference to a get-together with you and Ben Davis, formerly communist councilman in New York. Do you know Ben
One
Davis?
of my dearest friends. He is as patriotic an American as can be, and you, gentlemen, are the non-patriots.
Just a minute.
You are the un-American.
The hearing is now adjourned.
I think it should be.
I've been doing all of this that I can.
Can I read my statement?
No, the meeting is adjourned.
It should be.
No.
Okay.
Did you see that link that I sent you?
No, I'm sorry.
So the HUAC committee, what we just listened to, that hearing was in 1956. Let's
You're talking
take a
about
look at
this?
what he was doing in 1951. A lot of people aren't really aware of the petition he submitted to the UN when it charged that in 85 years since the end of slavery, more than 10,000 African Americans, which to me sounds like a conservative number, were known to have been lynched, an average of more than 100 per year, and that the full number can never be known because the murders are often unreported, which is another thing about like American lynchings, right? Especially for, anyone watching that isn't familiar with American history or America, is that at one point newspapers used to actually announce that they were going to have a lynching in advance and for people to get ready, and prepare like a nice casserole or some other deranged, psychotic, cannibalistic practice.
So I think we've established who Paul Robeson was as a person. So now I know we all got very, I'm very
We're
enthused.
deep in the weeds, man.
but let's just remember that, that this was the individual that was placed on Orwell's list of suspected communists that were to be, I guess, suspicious, that was handed to the British intelligence agencies.
Except Gromps Marino.
Because he was a very anti-white. That was how all of that we just watched. It took us 20 minutes to go through all that. You can just characterize all that as anti-white, I guess, and just throw him on a list to an intelligence agency. No big deal.
Right. So the man that a lot of people laud, right, on either side, from literally every fucking political shade of the spectrum except for actual legitimate communists.
Yeah, because you'll hear it from like Charlie Kirk will be like, "We love George Orwell," and this
Alex
is not
fucking Jones will start going off about fucking 1985 or whatever.
Yeah, it really does appeal to the most of the political spectrum that take 1984 and just apply it to whatever society that they don't like.
Right. This guy that wrote a list, checked it twice, of guys that may be gay or not, and people that may be they have tendencies of being gay. Right.
And I think maybe George Orwell, I think he was a relatively bright guy. Like me and you are able to, formulate a pretty nuanced opinion of Paul Robeson. Like you would think that being alive during that time, he probably does a good amount of reading and corresponding. Doesn't it seem like criminal almost to just write anti-white, very anti-white, as if it's some kind of a derogatory thing about someone like Paul Robeson?
For his time, considering he spoke a literal plethora of languages, I think he spoke close to a dozen.
Yeah,
right.
I think
it was conversational in them, and that it wasn't just hello, where is the bathroom? Good to see you. Fucking along with just the amount of culture that this man had, and being as well read as he was, right?
Yeah.
It's
to just write him off. To just write him off
as
anti-white is just so despicable, in my opinion. So, we can look at that. That's on the list. Just to finish it off here, journalist Jeffrey Wheatcroft considered Orwell's remarks perceptive and sometimes even generous, going to say that D.N. Pritt is described as an almost certainly underground communist, but also a good MP, i.e. locally, very able and courageous. Among the names Orwell selected, 38 he forwarded to Kerwin. Richard Rees discussed the names with Orwell, later commenting that it was a sort of game we played, discussing who was a paid agent of what and estimating what lengths of treachery our favorite Bedes Noir would be prepared to go.
You a cop? Are you a cop? You a cop?
Departed.
And Donnie Brasco.
Orwell asked Rees to fetch the notebook from Orwell's former residence on the Scottish island of Jura, and thanking him in a letter. One of Orwell's biographers, Bernard Crick, thought there were 86 names on the list, and that some of the names were written in the hand of Kostler, who also cooperated with the RD. So I guess there's some accusation that maybe he didn't write all the names personally.
Oh, he had a buddy. He had a buddy help him.
Orwell was an ex-colonial policeman in Burma, according to Timothy Garton-Ash. He liked making lists. In a London letter to Partisan Review in 1942, he wrote, "I think I could make out at least a preliminary list of people who would go over to the Nazi side of the Germans occupied England." So I guess the man was a fan of lists. They actually have
list. Well, how come that list wasn't submitted?
Here's all of the names on the list. Many of them don't. I'm not familiar with, because this was about 70 years ago, and just a lot of the names just don't really reverberate through the decades, should I say. But I do like looking at it a little bit, because again, the stated purpose of this list was to identify individuals that would not be suitable to write for a IRD propaganda piece, but also I guess it was to root out Stalinist elements. And that's what I find so peculiar about this, is what are the Stalinists here? Is it John Anderson, the British journalist, sailor, and prolific author? Is it this journalist? Is it this novelist? I find it hard to believe that
That's definitely the poet.
Yeah, this poet. It seems like such a loose label that is getting thrown. Okay, no, this is the only one. Look, I don't know if you saw, this guy was actually a Soviet agent.
Oh, Kim Philby. Kim Philby's the man, dude.
Yeah, they talk about this guy that there's a thing that, and I'll get to it in a second. Only one person on the entirety of Orwell's list actually turned out to be a Soviet agent, and it was this guy.
And he got away with it.
Yeah. Academics, scientist, actor Charlie Chaplin got thrown in there, which is interesting. Notable Stalinist Charlie Chaplin. You know, Charlie Chaplin was just always, you know, advocating for the Gulag state and all that.
Machine men with machine minds.
Other names. Okay, so now going over this list, again, this list was for the Information Research Department, which we will discuss now, which I think it's really important to understand what the Information Research Department was and who Orwell was providing these names for. Now, I'm even willing to extend my charitability that like maybe Orwell was just like in a sanatorium because of tuberculosis and didn't actually know what he was doing. Maybe that's the case, but we still need to look back at what it was and what it did and who his ideological predisposition was cozying him up with. So you have the Information Research Department, which was a Cold War propaganda department of the British Foreign Office, created to publish anti-communist propaganda, including black propaganda, which, if you know, this is just outright falsehood. This isn't even like putting things in a certain way or like just like establishing it, omitting certain points. This is outright falsehoods. Provided support and information to anti-communist politicians, academics, and writers, and used weaponized information, but also disinformation and fake news to attack not only its original targets, but also certain socialists and anti-colonial movements. Soon after its creation, the IRD broke away from focusing solely on Soviet matters and began to publish pro-colonial propaganda intended to suppress pro-independence revolutions in Asia, Africa, Ireland, and the Middle East. The IRD was heavily involved in the publishing of books, newspapers, leaflets, journals, and even created publishing houses to act as propaganda fronts, such as Ampersand Limited. Operating for 29 years, the IRD is known as the longest-running covert government propaganda department in British history, the largest branch of the Foreign Office, and the first major Anglophone propaganda offensive against the USSR since the end of World War II. By the 70s, the IRD was performing military intelligence tasks for the British military in Northern Ireland during the Troubles. The IRD was the government department to which George Orwell submitted his list of suspected communists, aka Orwell's list, including many prominent people such as Charlie Chaplin, Paul Robeson, and Michael Redgrave, who I'm not familiar with. With the help of Orwell's widow, Sonia Orwell, and his former publisher, Frederick Warburg, the IRD gained the foreign rights to much of Orwell's work and spent years distributing Animal Farm onto every continent, translating Orwell's work into 20 different languages, funding the creation of an animated feature film based on Animal Farm, and working with the CIA to create the feature-length Animal Farm animated movie, the first of its kind in British history. Many historians have noted how Orwell's literary reputation can largely be credited to joint propaganda operations between the IRD and the CIA. Johnny, you want to read that sentence to me one more time?
Many historians have noted how Orwell's literary reputation can largely be credited to joint propaganda operations between the IRD and the CIA fucking A. That's your guy?
It's an interesting tidbit. There just to keep into consideration. So the IRD heavily marketed Animal Farm for audiences in the Middle East in an attempt to sway Arab nationalism and independence activists from seeking Soviet aid, as it was believed by IRD agents that a story featuring pigs as the villains would appeal highly towards Muslim audiences. The IRD funded the activities of many authors, including Arthur Koestler, which was the guy who allegedly put the other names on the list, Bertrand Russell, and Robert Conquest. Do I have to keep bringing up Robert Conquest? Do we know? We all know who this guy is at this point, right?
Yes.
Internationally, IRD agents took part. Internationally, IRD agents took part in many historic events, including Britain's entry into the European Economic Community, the Korean War, the Suez Crisis, and the Malayan Emergency. The Troubles, the Mau Mau Uprising, the Cyprus Emergency, and the Sino-Indian War. Other IRD activities included forging letters and posters, conducting smear attacks against British trade unionists, and attacking opponents of the British military by planting fake news stories in the British press. Some of these fabricated stories the IRD created included accusations that Irish Republicans were killing dogs by setting them on fire and falsely accusing EOAK members of raping schoolgirls. EOKA is the Greek nationalists paramilitary organization that fought for a campaign for the end of British rule in Cyprus. Although the existence of the IRD was successfully kept hidden from the British public until the 1970s, the Soviet Union had always been aware of its existence, for Guy Burgess had been posted to IRD for a few period of 2 months in 1948. Burgess was later sacked by the IRD's founder, Christopher Mayhew, who accused him of being dirty, drunk, and idle. The IRD closed its operation in 1977 after its existence was discovered by British journalists after investigation into a heavy amount of anti-Soviet propaganda being published by academics belonging to St. Anthony's College, Oxford. There's our guy. Worked closely with the IRD, giving them a list of suspected communists, Orwell's list. The IRD translated Animal Farm into 16 languages. There's the origins. I don't want to bog you down with all this. You can kind of get the idea of what its origins were. There's staff and collaborators who I will bring down here. Other staffers of note include Robert Conquest, whose secretary Celia Kerwin collected Orwell's list. Some of these authors include Orwell, Bertrand Russell. I don't know many of these other ones. Bertrand Russell. I don't know if you know this guy. He wrote Why Communism Failed, What is Freedom, and What is Democracy. The IRD bulk ordered thousands of copies of Russell's books, including his work, Why Communism
all of them
must fail, and worked with the United States government to distribute them using embassies as cover. Working closely with the British Council, the IRD worked to build Russell's reputation as an anti-communist writer and to use his works to project power overseas.
All right. So I think that we've thoroughly
wait, I'm sorry.
There's more? How much more could there be?
Well, hold on. Remember Reuters?
Oh God.
Reuters? In 1969, Reuters agreed to open a reporting service in the Middle East as part of the IRD to plan influence on the international media. To protect the reputation of Reuters, which may have been damaged if the funding from the British government became known, the BBC paid Reuters enhanced subscriptions for access to its news service, and it was in turn compensated by the British government for the extra expense. The BBC paid Reuters £350,000 over 4 years. But wait, hold on. So like there's more on Orwell's list, but then there's also wait, hold on. Where's the part about Robert Conquest?
Which part?
There's a part where they say that he it's under controversies, I believe. Hold on. Because there's a part where they say about how his work is just like a sham pretty much. Here it is. Some writers who work for the IRD have since been found to have used IRD material and presented it to the academic community as though it were their own work. Robert Conquest's book, The Great Terror, Stalin's Purges of the 30s, drew heavily from IRD files, and multiple volumes of Soviet history, which Conquest edited, also contained IRD material, presented as though it were his own independent research. David Barzilay, a historian, writer, and former Scotland Yard officer, was also found to have included large sections of material created by it. But so we can see here that even the work of Robert Conquest, this is just on the Wikipedia page. This isn't even like from some like deep esoteric, like Marxist academic journal or whatever. This is just on here saying that the books that Robert Conquest wrote, he was passing off IRD propaganda material as if it was his own independent research. And this guy, Robert Conquest, if you don't know, is like probably like the foremost accepted and acclaimed author of like the Holodomor and Stalin's Purges. So, I mean, it just really goes to the credibility of this individual that you're going to have to definitely take with a grain of salt anytime well, I would say completely disregard it. Don't worry about the grains of salt. I would say completely disregard it. So yeah, there is the Orwell's list part. But would you say that we've gone over this enough, or
I think we may have thoroughly dismantled any kind of redeeming quality that Orwell may have had in his lifetime.
Here's this one. Only one of the people named by Orwell, Peter Smollett, whoever revealed to have been a real Soviet agent, Peter Smollett, who Orwell claimed gives a strong impression of being some kind of Russian agent, a very slimy person. Yeah.
Kim Philby, the man.
I guess that's who he was recruited by. But yeah, so also I just wanted to bring up real quick here, and we don't have to go through all these in as much detail, but it does definitely speak to this idea of the anti-communist left and the explosion of that type of thought following World War II, and along with the IRD and all this stuff. There's also this thing called Encounter Magazine, which I guess was a pretty big magazine. It was a magazine that was an Anglo-American intellectual and cultural journal originally associated with the anti-Stalinist left. So this kind of like Orwellian, anarcho.
What's it titled again?
It's called Encounter. Oops.
And what is it about?
It's like
what?
Anglo-American intellectual and cultural journal originally associated with the anti-Stalinist left.
Sounds
racist. It went on for like
fuck.
It went on for like 40 years. It only stopped in 1991. It's like there's like a lot on this. Like it wasn't like some like tiny.
What they change the title to? Stormfront?
I don't know if they did change the title. I think they might have just stopped doing it. But the important thing to know about this is that the magazine received covert funding from the Central Intelligence Agency, and the CIA and M16 discussed the founding of an Anglo-American left of center publication intended to counter the idea of Cold War neutralism, not even like Soviet communism, just neutralism. So the CIA, along with what they did with Orwell, along with what they did with the IRD, as long as what they did with Bertrand Russell and Robert Conquest, was actually creating faux leftist, anti-Stalinist propaganda magazines that went on running for 40 fucking years.
Well, I mean, like so many things, it never really stopped. It just kind of, became part of the scenery.
The magazine was rarely critical of American foreign policy and generally shaped its content to support the geopolitical interest of the United States.
So do you know anything about the guy that he names at the end of this little subchapter here?
What's his name?
Noted Zionist Murray Bookchin.
Yeah, Murray Bookchin. Yeah, when I volunteered at that bookstore, they had a ton of Bookchin there. Like he was a very popular person among like anarchist readers.
Yeah. No, he's a big Zionism fan. So he ends this little subchapter with: left anti-communists remain studiously unimpressed by the dramatic gains won by the masses of previously impoverished people under communism. Some were even scornful of such accomplishments. I recall how in Burlington, Vermont, in 1971, the noted anti-communist anarchist Murray Bookchin derisively referred to my concern for, quote, the poor little children who got fed under communism, in brackets his words.
Mm-hmm. This is the last thing that I have for this subchapter, which I thought summarized it in a pretty interesting way. And I highlighted and underlined rational evaluation because I feel like Parenti offers quite a bit of that in the coming paragraphs. But sorely lacking within the U.S. left is any rational evaluation of the Soviet Union, a nation that endured a protracted civil war and a multinational foreign invasion in the very first years of its existence, and that 2 decades later threw back and destroyed the Nazi beast at an enormous cost to itself. In the 3 decades after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviets made industrial advances equal to what capitalism took a century to accomplish, while feeding and schooling their children rather than working them 14 hours a day as a capitalist industrialist did, and still do in many parts of the world. And the Soviet Union, along with Bulgaria, the GDR, and Cuba, provided vital assistance to national liberation movements in countries around the world, including Nelson Mandela's African National Congress in South Africa. We went over that pretty deeply in the last stream. Sorry if you weren't here to cover that. But then we move from this into the next chapter, which is slinging labels. Johnny, you want to read this one out for us?
There we go. All right. Those of us who refused to join the Soviet bashing were branded by left anti-communists as Soviet apologists and Stalinists, even if we disliked Stalin with his autocratic system of rule and believed there were things seriously wrong with existing Soviet society. Our real sin was that, unlike many on the left, we refused to uncritically swallow U.S. media propaganda about communist societies. Instead, we maintained that aside from the well-publicized deficiencies and injustices, there were positive features about existing communist systems that were worth preserving, that improved the lives of hundreds of millions of people in meaningful and humanizing ways. This claim had a decidedly unsettling effect on left anti-communists, who themselves could not utter a positive word about any communist society, except possibly Cuba, and could not lend a tolerant or even courteous ear to anyone who did. And you know what's funny about all of that, right?
Go ahead.
Like, they always are like ranting and fucking raving about, like, you know, Catalonia, you know, fucking Espana's civil war, this and that, the Basque Country, fucking, okay, fine. And I'll even give it to him. Yeah, let's just say that, like, Stalin, you know, fucking hated the Spaniards and wanted the anarchist revolution to fail, so he never sent the tanks or soldiers or any of the other stuff, you know, and tried to help them, like, logistically win a war by having people that were experienced in actually, like, fighting one. So let's say that, like, yeah, they're right. Stalin bad, and the Spanish Civil War was a loss because of the evil authoritarian Stalin. Is there, like, a single other fucking, like, anarchist, like, revolution that they can point to besides this one that happened, like, over 100 years ago at this point? Like, is there a single other one? Is there just the one? I mean, this is a pretty popular idea, right? Like, they're always
even that one was more of a patchwork of, like, leftists, right? Like, I mean,
no. Let's not dive into, you know, Spain. Let's just say that, like, that one was right. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt that was an anarchist revolution, and it got fucked up because of evil Daddy Stalin. And I just want to know: is there another example,
Johnny? If you're not asking this rhetorically, there's definitely some paragraphs that are coming that I would definitely. Oh yeah, they try to say that the Zapatistas are.
Okay, so the Zapatistas, who have actually, like, on paper, right, made public statements about how that they do not refer to their revolution as anarchism, right, and
they also have
the Makhnovites. The Makhnovites that literally, like, murdered over 1,000, you know, Jews in the countryside of Ukraine in the summer of 1919, but, like, we don't have any fucking idea, like, how they even structured anything about what they did besides, like, how their table settings were, like, you know, the real important shit. Yeah, no, all right, so that's 3 in 100 years, and none of them happened even within the last 80 years. So,
well, let's see here, because I think we're going to dig into that just a little bit more. Okay, so wait, before we get into that, because Parenti is going to be talking about that, but I did want to include this not only to highlight the objectivity of Parenti, but also to engage in objective analysis myself and as a representative of the subversive history. So what Parenti is saying here is that those of us who refused to join in Soviet bashing were branded left anti-communists. Even if we disliked Stalin's autocratic system of rule and believed that there were things seriously wrong with existing Soviet society. You know, what Parenti's stating here is, like, just because we will recognize many of the good, redeeming, and humanistic qualities of the Soviet Union, that doesn't mean that it goes to say uncritically. So he includes this in the book as a footnote, which is from Inventing Reality, where Michael Parenti states the U.S. media's encompassing negativity in regard to the Soviet Union might induce some of us to react with an unqualifiedly glowing view of that society. The truth is, in the USSR, there exist serious problems of labor productivity, industrialization, urbanization, bureaucracy, corruption, and alcoholism. There are production and distribution bottlenecks, plant failures, consumer scarcities, criminal abuses of power, suppression of dissidents, and expressions of alienation among some persons in the population. This is written by Michael Parenti in his own book, one of his larger books, one of his more critically acclaimed books. And it's just important to note that he is not like some, like, outright shill that is not willing to engage with any of the unsavory elements of the Soviet Union, but he does so in addition to emphasizing and highlighting the things that were very positive and were redeeming. So he included it in this chapter. I felt like it was important for me to include it here also, just so that you can understand that it is measured and objective to some degree. This moves from this to what is called pure socialism versus siege socialism, which I think is an incredibly important distinction, because this highlights what is this, I guess what you would call like an ultra, right? Like this pure socialism.
Oh, I mean, like, look, I'm not one to think that Khrushchev was some great guy. And in fact, I feel like the decline of, like, you know, the Soviet projects, you can pretty much like root back to the ascension of Khrushchev, right? And waning periods of maybe turning it around and then not, especially by the time you get to Gorby, right? Which is why in the opening I was trying to play Vicky 1999's video on why the USSR fell and how it fell. But yeah, the ultras, they think that like anything after Stalin is revisionist and not communist or socialist at all.
So maybe I misrepresented that term. I thought an ultra was somebody that always had this idealized thing about what socialism should be. And anytime there's a departure of that, like maybe you need to add in some market mechanisms or something like that to, like, you know, as like a pragmatic strategy for like growing an economy or some kind of primitive accumulation that maybe a peasant society didn't have prior to the revolution.
Productive forces, to interact with like the global like economy that like every country interacts with.
So what Parenti's referring to here when he says pure socialism is this absolutely idealized version of socialism that where, like, in your head, like, if I did socialism, it would be absolutely perfect and it would not be weighed down by any of these negative occurrences that happened in the Soviet Union or China or Cuba. And it's like this unfalsifiable yet unattainable standard for any political development. And it fails to recognize the human element or the material element or just the interventionist element of any of this. So he highlights this because siege socialism is something that I think is it's there because pure socialism exists only as an ideal, and siege socialism is this like derogatory term that these pure socialists will imbue on like actually existing socialists, because it's like, look, that's siege socialism. Parenti dissects this and destroys it in a very eloquent way, saying things like the upheavals in Eastern Europe did not constitute a defeat for socialism because socialism never existed in those countries, according to some US leftists. They say that the communist states offered nothing more than bureaucratic one-party state capitalism or some such thing. Whether we call the former communist countries socialist is a matter of definition. Suffice to say, they constituted something different from what existed in the profit-driven capitalist world, as the capitalists themselves were not slow to recognize. So Parenti goes on to establish 4 points of, like, you can be pedantic and semantic over the word socialist and what that means to you. It's such a broad, ambiguous term, but like people want to pretend like they own it and can just, like, you know, make it bullet points of what it is and what it is not. What Parenti goes on to do in the next chapters is to say what these countries that you might, maybe you dash them off the table of socialism and say that they're not socialist. He does point out what they were and how they differed from a place like the United States or other capitalist countries. Did you want to add anything else on that before I went into the 4 points?
Yeah, I think that, like, if you want to start making like any kind of estimation as to what your personal like definition of socialism is, or at least having an understanding in the historical context of that, look at a country like Eastern Germany versus not just Western Germany, but the other countries that, like, you know, were sympathetic to the West that surrounded it. Right. Look at like the sort of like social welfare protectionist policies that were implemented, especially after the war, that I think maybe David Hickel could have done a little bit more of, like
Jason Hickel,
sorry. Jason Hickel could have made a little bit more of like a point to that. They were trying to prevent brain drain, and they were trying to prevent people looking at what these socialist projects were doing in those countries, right, and wanting to implement it there. So they implemented these social safety nets, right, as a means of preventing people from either trying to overthrow the government or trying to have any kind of popularity within the left-wing government, or trying to create like a left-wing government that would be sympathetic to a socialist project by doing that. And then look at something like what the hell? Kosechu was the leader of like which country? Like Romania, I think, or something like that.
I don't know.
It was a very dysfunctional project under him, but like it was oftentimes like lumped in with like the socialist project, or even Yugoslavia would probably be a better example. And then you have people that debate whether Yugoslavia was socialist or not, when it was oftentimes at odds with the Soviet Union,
Right, correct.
even cozying up to the US, but ultimately was still up for the chopping block at the end of the day.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. So now we're going to get into these 4 points here. So first, in communist countries, there was less economic inequality than under capitalism. The perks enjoyed by party and government elites were modest by corporate CEO standards in the West, as were their personal incomes and lifestyles. Soviet leaders like Yuri Andropov and Leonid Brezhnev lived not in lavishly appointed mansions like the White House, but in relatively, I don't even understand that really, because there's the White House, but literally every other fucking president doesn't live in the White House. I mean, they stay in the White House, but they have other mansions. They have multiple mansions.
Right.
But in relatively large apartments in a housing project near the Kremlin set aside for government leaders. They had limousines at their disposal, like most other heads of state, and access to large dachas where they entertained visiting dignitaries. But they had none of the immense personal wealth that most U.S. leaders possess. And I think that's actually kind of relevant in Stalin himself. I mean, how much wealth was passed down to Stalin's family after he died?
Not a lot.
From what I understand,
if anything, his whole family was muscled out.
Yeah, from my understanding, these like estate inheritances and things like that, like didn't exist so much, and even like Stalin's like direct descendants didn't like amass fortune because of their father being this, you can call him a whatever, like, oh, because like let's just say that he is like the umpth degree of like a dictator and a megalomaniac and
his granddaughter lives in a trailer in like West
United
Virginia,
States, right?
and is like
Yeah,
a fucking MAGA lady. Like,
so like compare that to the Bush dynasty or the Clinton dynasty, or
Jeb?
you know what I mean? Like many of what's that?
Jeb.
Please
clap. Please clap.
Please clap.
Which sucked? What sucked? Jeb losing, or Stalin's granddaughter turning out to be like a West Virginian fucking chud? They can't all be Marx's great grandson that does parkour in Germany.
Is that a thing too?
Dude, don't tell me you don't know this.
I just saw a picture of Stalin's granddaughter in like a bikini. She looked really weird. Like and obviously she's a little older, but it was just like a weird picture of her.
Yeah. Marx's like great grandson is like a parkour guy, or at least he was. I don't know what he's up to now. You know, he's not like, you know, a big like comrade or anything like that.
Yeah,
he was just like a dude that did parkour.
He's just parkouring, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He was on YouTube, like, you know, doing parkour and shit. It's like, hell yeah, dude, live your best life.
I support it. So that's the first. I only put in that just to kind of like, illustrate that a little bit, just within like the difference of what it's like to be a politician. Whereas like in the United States, a politician is like a huge career that puts you alongside like celebrities and movie stars in terms of like the wealth that you amass. And from the evidence presented by Parenti, that doesn't seem to be parallel in the socialist countries. The next being, in communist countries, productive forces were not organized for capital gain and private enrichment. Public ownership of the means of production supplanted private ownership. So individuals could not hire other people and accumulate great personal wealth from their labor. Again, compared to Western standards, differences in earnings and savings among the populace were generally modest. The income spread between highest and lowest earners in the Soviet Union was about 5-1. In the United States, the spread in yearly income between the top multi-billionaires and the working poor is like 10,000-1. I think it's even crazier now. I think this was written in the 90s. I think that it's like,
yeah, it was written in 1997.
I think it's like hundreds of thousands to one at this point. But
What how would you phrase that question for the
I'm not sure.
statistic?
I'm not sure.
Wealth inequality in America?
But I do have a special little chart here.
The top
if you wanted
one,
to see it.
the top 1% of households in the United States held 32.3% of the country's wealth, while the bottom 50% held 2.6%. In recent decades, wealth inequality has substantially increased in the United States.
So here's an interesting graph because I wanted to substantiate that a little bit, that 1 to 5 during the Soviet Union. I couldn't find anything specific that said that, but we can draw some inferences from this information here. Tell me what you see here, John. Let's start all the way on the on the left of it here. You see that first dot right here? See this one?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the 1% top 1% income shares in Soviet Russia in Russia, 1905 to 2015. What year do you see right here?
Oh, that's 1905.
Okay. And what is what would you say the political atmosphere of Russia is at this point?
I believe that is 1905 was when they tried to do the summer revolution or whatever the hell it was called, right? That like first one.
This is the Tsarist. This is the Tsarist.
Yeah, that's the Tsarist one. Yeah.
So you see like a noticeable what I could only call a precipitous decline in top 1% income shares here between this. Now, did anything notable happen in this time period?
Well, there's 1915, but in 1917, and then to 1925, somewhere in there, a family is shot to death in a basement.
So you can see that in the years surrounding the Russian Revolution, this plummeted to almost an all-time low. Then there's some variance, but for pretty much the entirety of the Soviet Union,
it kind of seems like it goes up from 1925 to 1955. I wonder who was in charge of that during that time from 1925
that would be Stalin, which means that he actually increased the amount that the 1% had.
Yeah.
And then it probably gets to like, I guess, an all-time low here, which is interesting that as it even got lower, like as it stabilized as well. So then now we have what I could only describe as a rocket ship taking the line to unrealized levels, either under a Tsarist monarchy. What would you say happened around this time period right here?
Well, somewhere around like the 85 to 95, there was this drunk guy named Boris Yeltsin, right?
the guy with the jelly stain.
No, that's Gorby. I'm talking about Boris. Boris, he was. Have you ever seen videos of Boris Yeltsin?
No, I don't think I have seen any of those videos.
He is fucking hammered. Literally in every. No, I'm not exaggerating, Pat. He is fucking hammered in literally every. Like it's like the second the cameras pop out, he's just already pre-gamed it. You know, at one point there's a video you can find him almost stumbling into a bus, almost hitting him and striking him dead. And somewhere in that mix from 85 to like 2005, you have this guy, Putler. Putler. He comes in. And then it's kind of funny how 2005 to 2015 it actually drops down.
Yeah, but still to like crazy amounts. That
it's still crazy high. It's higher than it ever was under the Tsars. I'm not, saying that. I'm just making it an observation. All right, the same way I observed that like the wealth inequality went from like 4% to 6% throughout.
True. You observed
Joey
that.
Steele's entire leadership, which like is gonna happen.
Yeah, you observed that.
Look, if you have productive forces, if you have any kind of like, political or intelligentsia or it's not really giving you an idea of what these people are to be in that like 1%. Like, are they teachers? Are they scientists? Are they artists? Are they engineers? Who is in that 1%? Or is it all politicians?
True.
We don't know.
That's a good point.
So
I did read once that artists and like musicians were like the highest paid people in the Soviet Union. Like,
he
they
did
made more
call
money
them
than
the
scientists.
engineers of the human soul. So, oh my God, I almost killed my entire computer.
Oh, well, you unplugged your webcam, that's for sure. Oh, you're back.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay. For a second, it looked like one of those pictures that they show you to see if you have a stroke. So I Googled the income inequality in America, and it said the ratio of the 90th to 10th percentile increased from 12.9 in 2020 to 13.5 in 13.53 in 2021. That means the income at the top of the income distribution was 13.53 times higher than income of the bottom, or 4.9. I'm not good at math. I don't know why the fuck I'm even reading this, but apparently we're getting close to where the czars were, like at their height in like 1905.
I've heard like weird things that like feudalist, like the feudal serfdom was like in many respects more equal than the way that we live now.
I would say it's like I've heard that it's about as close as things were during like the Gilded Age of like the 1920s or something, because like there was like basically no tax on people in that, like, you know, income bracket.
So the third point is priority was placed on human services. Though life under communism left a lot to be desired and the services themselves were rarely the best, communist countries did guarantee their citizens some minimal standard of economic survivability and security, including guaranteed education, employment, housing, and medical assistance. We went into a lot of this about Cuba on our last stream, so on and so forth, but there's a good amount of evidence that corroborates all that. Lastly, in the fourth point, communist countries did not pursue the capital penetration of other countries. Very important. Lacking a profit motive as their motor force, and therefore having no need to constantly find new investment opportunities, which if you read The Divide, you understand how essential that is to not stagnating all this money that you make in capitalism. It constantly needs to be redistributed and reinvested. Not redistributed in like the good way, though. They did not expropriate the lands, labor markets, or natural resources of weaker nations. That is, they did not practice economic imperialism. The Soviet Union conducted trade and aid relations on terms that generally were favorable to the Eastern European nations and Mongolia and Cuba and India. Good example of that would be when right after the Cuban Revolution, I think the Soviet Union made a pledge to buy their sugar at like 25% above market price, which obviously isn't something that they just did out of the goodness of their heart. They did this because it was very geopolitical advantageous. They wanted more socialist allies in the country, in the world. But also it does speak to the point that they could have done probably something far more nefarious, like the United States would do to obtain its sugar or bananas or whatever other industry that you want to fucking point to.
Install like a Soviet owner of it, like that. Yeah,
exactly. But instead they did something that was quite advantageous to their Cuban trading partner. So there is evidence of that for sure.
So it's almost like economically they wanted to implement a system of like co-development.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody in the world or any country is like implementing anything like that now.
Well, and also there's a reason why, it was such a difficult time in North Korea and in Cuba after the fall of the Soviet Union. You know what I mean? And it's because the Soviet Union was very generous with its, funding of, what's it called? I'm sorry. The aid that it provided to those countries. Sorry, I had a little bit of a.
I thought it was imperialism. I thought it was Soviet imperialism.
Yeah, that's definitely what that was. All right. So But a real socialism, it is argued, would be controlled by the workers themselves through direct participation instead of being run by Leninists or Stalinists or Castroites or other ill-witted, power-hungry bureaucratic cabals of evil men who
Castroites.
betray revolutions. Unfortunately, this pure socialism view is ahistorical and non-falsifiable. It cannot be tested against the actualities of history. It compares an ideal against an imperfect reality, and the reality comes off a poor second. It imagines what socialism would be like in a world far better than this one, where no strong state structure or security force is required, where none of the value produced by workers needs to be expropriated to rebuild society and defend it from invasion and internal sabotage.
I always love it when like people go after like, you know, basically like this argument, or they go after like, oh, why did Sankara like go after the teachers unions or something? And it's just like, motherfucker, right?
Also,
Like,
that's the worst thing that you can pin on Sankara compared to the just like overflowing pot of good things that he did. Like, sure, maybe he got heavy handed with the teachers unions and there were some things that could have been handled better, but
in the 4 years that he like he was even like in power, right? Fucking, but what the fuck is it? What I was getting at is it like, oh well, that's not Marxist, that's not socialist. It's like as if like Marx, right, was ever in charge of a government.
No.
Right? As if Engels
As if
was ever
Marx
in
even
charge
wrote-
of a government.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what he's saying. And it's such a he described it in such an incredible way too, that unfortunately this pure socialism view is ahistorical and non-falsifiable. It exists. It's like a no true Scotsman type of fallacy in terms of like
where did this pure socialism happen? And if it hasn't happened anywhere, so then like
and I'm not saying we shouldn't strive for a better socialism.
what do you think any of the other ones that did this were doing?
Exactly. But I'm not saying that we should not lose sight of like learning from the successes and the failures of past socialist projects, and learn from why do you think Cuba is still here and other countries are not? You know what I mean? Why do you think Cuba, had a different way of handling peasantry and a different way of handling the army? You know what I mean? Things like that. And it's because we learned from previous experiments that did not go according to plan, or at least maybe some of their architects had the best intentions. And actually, we're going to talk about that. He brings up some of Lenin's. Exactly. No one wants to just reinstate the USSR.
It doesn't work like that.
Exactly. Anyone that looks at a previous socialist project and wants to emulate that in that rigid of a way is not being a Marxist. To be a Marxist, you need to look at what the material conditions call for and adhere to the materialist needs of the country.
Hey, Frankster, and it's not even just
Absolutely.
okay. It's like
it's beneficial.
You will never be the Bolsheviks raiding the Winter Palace. You will never be right.
You will never be in the Sierra
movement and disembarking off like the grandma.
Yeah,
okay?
You will not be the Sierra Maestra.
You will never be that. You will never be Ho Chi Minh, right? You will never ever be the Viet Cong bravely fighting against imperialism. You will never ever be these things because America, and no matter where you implement socialism, let's look at fucking all of South America. Right? No two countries look alike. You can have similarities, like where the military is on board with like the right-wing government, but it will never be exactly the same.
Correct.
Right. It's not socialism unless you're out in the Florida fucking Everglades, committing protracted People's War.
This is like the Maoist thing, right? Where like you have to like be like that's like in India. You know how whenever if you don't know about the Indian politics. If you don't hear me say the CPIM,
the Naxalites versus
there's the CPIM, which is the Communist Party of India, and then in parentheses an M means Marxist, and because there was a split, and there is currently these Naxalites, which have some cool qualities about them. I'm not saying that they should be completely written off. There's a lot of really cool things that they do, and I read a really good book about them. But they are currently in the jungles, waging some kind of protracted people's war. But they're like probably my cat's right here. They're probably a third. They've probably done a third or less of material good than the CPIM has done engaging with electoral politics in Kerala.
Right. And it's like, what do you think is going to resonate more with the working class people?
Right.
You
Right.
know,
And even though like there's a lot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Go.
I was just gonna say, and there's like generally like the stereotype among Marxists that like, oh, you can't even engage in electoral politics. It's like, go to Kerala and go tell them to stop. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go take your white ass down there and go to the CPIM rallies and
tell them none of this is working.
Exactly.
Tell them no one has benefited from this. Tell them
Exactly,
no one has benefited from this, and you're bourgeois and you're revisionist for doing this.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You
go
said
fucking tell the Mas party down in Bolivia that you're everything that you're doing isn't worth the fucking time. Or go tell fucking anybody in fucking China. Right, that your government is bourgeois and it is no better than America, and what your country is doing is a threat to world peace.
Great, but what a great summarization of that. Engage in electoralism is very wise if there's someone worth voting for. I like, and that cuts right through the bullshit of people trying to bring this up for Joe Biden or the Democrats or something like that. Whereas what's the difference between the Democrats and Evo Morales and the Mas party? I mean,
right.
That's a whole video in itself of why those things could be held in very different regards. But yeah, there we go.
Because what the fuck is it? They did I even read that part? What? They offer vague statements about how the workers themselves will directly own and control the means of production and will arrive at their own solutions through creative struggle. No surprise then that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed.
Yeah, that was my next slide here, is that the pure socialist ideological anticipations remain untainted by existing practice. They do not explain how the manifold functions of a revolutionary society would be organized, how external attack and internal sabotage would be thwarted, how bureaucracy would be avoided, scarce resources allocated, policy differences settled, priorities set, and production and distribution conducted. Instead, just like Johnny just said, they offer vague statements about how the workers themselves will directly own and control the means of production and will arrive at their own solutions through creative struggle. No surprise then that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed. That's that whole thing, that first line, tainted by existing practice. Tainted by the failure that is inevitable, that every time that you construct some kind of a political party that gains power, you will fail. You will have blemishes that you need to contend with. And guess what? Then some kid in a college classroom 20 or 50 years later is going to say, yeah, but they should have just let the workers run everything.
Yeah. Or, let's say you're the either first or second most populated country in the world, and you are constantly, lambasted, throughout the Western fucking world about how you're being compared to the rise of Hitler's Germany, right? And how you're committing war crimes, every other fucking year on a different fucking people, right? That are your own people, right? Mind you. And that some fucking, thank you so much. I love you too. That some fucking dickhead, right, on YouTube or Twitch or fucking Twitter or some shit is I know better than the largest communist party in the world. I know more about how they should run their country, right? I know more about how things should be, and I don't even speak Mandarin.
Yeah, well, and also just like Dorian said here, listen to the spectrum of things that we've talked about just in this past couple minutes. We're talking about everything from the Soviet Union to China to Kerala to Vietnam to Evo Morales in Bolivia. We're not adhering to one type of socialist project and being this is it, this is the standard. Everything else aside from that is derivative or a deviation from the unwavering principles of Marxist Leninism, and thus it needs to be cast aside and decredited. We're looking at all these things the Evo Morales, the Mas movement is a I hate to make this comparison, but it's true. You know what I mean? Social democratic in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? It's not but because of its characteristics. because of this the class characteristics that it has, and because of its fixation on the indigenous element and everything like that, it gets support from the quote unquote tankies or the authoritarian left or the Marxist Leninists. And it's not because they're rigid dogmatists about their political. It's because they see, what Parenti says: the revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Which nation is it that has? Sorry, give me 1 second. So, you know how like a lot of people always try and say that, like, well, indigenous people, like, are their cultures are more, they lend themselves more to anarchism than anything else.
What was that? One more time.
You know how like a lot of people always say that, like, oh, well, the indigenous practices are very anachronistic, very anarchistic or whatever.
Yeah.
If that were the case, why the fuck does the Navajo have a government?
Right.
With an economy and elections.
Why do the Zapatistas have a government?
Why do the Zapatistas have a government?
And there's an entire book that I read called The Last Colonial Massacre about Guatemala and the indigenous Marxists that existed throughout the 20th century. The one's name is Mama, I can't remember her name, Mama something, but it's like these were card-carrying members of the Communist Party, indigenous, and they were like deep indigenous communities that embraced this. I mean, you can read Red Star Over the Third World by Vijay Prashad and talk about how like colonized individuals looked at the Soviet Revolution. And this could even be an idealized version of it, because you know what I mean? Like they might not have been getting like an up-to-date thing of everything that was going on in the Soviet Union or anything like that. But they saw for once in history that like the yoke of this like kind of like imperialist structure could be cast off. And at least Lenin was at least paying like a conscious nominal support for colonized people, which had never happened in the world before that any, European leader ever did that. So now you have people in Korea and people in China and people in India and people all over the world being like, wow, maybe this is it. And that's what Red Star Over the Third World's about. What the fuck else was I going to say? I don't know. But yeah, so just to get a little bit more into this here, for a people's revolution to survive, it must seize state power and use it to A, break the stranglehold exercised by the owning class over the society's institutions and resources, and B, withstand the reactionary counterattack that is sure to come. The internal and external dangers of a revolution faces necessitate a centralized state power. That is not particularly to anyone's liking, not in Soviet Russia in 1917, nor in Sandinista Nicaragua in 1980. So he's saying that this isn't particularly to anyone's liking, and this isn't like you were just like dreaming of a society that has like a, quote unquote, a centralized state power. But the reality of the situation is that we will be overtaken by some external power if we are not prepared for it. And this is the grim reality of reality. You know what I mean? The thing that a pure socialist idealized world might not take into consideration. So just like, and he continues to say, decentralized parochial autonomy is the graveyard of insurgency, which may be one reason there has never been a successful anarcho-syndicalist revolution. And the reason when you asked me that question before and I didn't give you a straight answer, it's because I knew this paragraph was coming. So allow this to be my answer to that question you gave me earlier. Decentralized parochial autonomy is the graveyard of insurgency, which may be one reason why there's never been a successful anarcho-syndicalist revolution. Ideally, It would be a fine thing to have only local self-directed worker participation with minimal bureaucracy, police, and military. This probably would be the development of socialism, were socialism ever allowed to develop unhindered by counter-revolutionary subversion and attack. So this kind of takes me back to our little disagreement at the beginning of this stream, is that I agree with Parenti that ideally this would be the development of socialism. It would be fine to have only local self-directed worker participation, minimal bureaucracy, minimal police and military, but this is what exists if we were ever allowed to have a socialist society develop unmolested by the counter-revolutionary subversion and attack. That was the point.
That's not happening.
Right. But I'm saying that this is an ideal we strive for.
Right. Yeah. Once you get rid of all of them.
Right. You got to be careful when you say, like, you know what I mean? Like that's I'm just saying, you got to tread lightly on that. Get rid of all of them criteria, you know?
Are you wondering who I mean when I say
No,
that?
I'm not going to ask you to personally list who you mean. I'm just saying in general, I think societies, should, keep that in mind when they start making lists. And coming to the conclusion of this chapter,
I got names.
Coming to the conclusion of this chapter, oh my God. One might recall how in 1918 to 1920, 14 capitalist nations, including the United States, invaded Soviet Russia in a bloody but unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the revolutionary Bolshevik government. The years of foreign invasion and civil war did much to intensify the Bolshevik siege psychology with its commitment to lockstep party unity and a repressive security apparatus. Thus, in May 1921, the same Lenin who had encouraged the practice of internal party democracy and struggled against Trotsky in order to give the trade unions a greater measure of autonomy now called for an end to the workers' opposition and other functional groups within the party. The time has come, he told an enthusiastically concurring 10th Party Congress, to put an end to the opposition, to put a lid on it. We have had enough opposition. Open disputes and conflicting tendencies within and without the party, the communists concluded, created an appearance of division and weakness that invited attack by formidable foes. So what he's saying is that there was indeed, the need for commitment to lockstep party unity and a resulting repressive security apparatus, and that this was a betrayal of the lofty ideals that were conceived by the Bolsheviks, but it was required to take some steps to insulate themselves from the counterinsurgency, civil war, and those that sought to reimpose Tsarist rule.
I have. You still have my copy of Domenico Lacerdo's Critique of
about
the Black Legend,
books
right?
Don't talk about copies I have of anything. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, you definitely need to read that. You definitely need to check that out, because like what he's talking about is extremely relevant to what
and I try not to base my opinions off of one book. You know what I mean? I read a lot of books that say a lot of different things, and I try to kind of distill that into like an objective perspective on things. It's okay.
I know you've read many more books than I.
No. Don't start that. I'm just saying. All right. So, based on what was just said, by the late 1920s, the Soviets faced the choice of A, moving in a still more centralized direction with a command economy and forced agrarian collectivization and full speed industrialization under a commandist autocratic party leadership, which was the road taken by Stalin, or B, moving in a liberalized direction, allowing more political diversity, more autonomy for labor unions and other organizations, more open debate and criticism, greater autonomy among the various Soviet republics, a sector of privately owned small businesses, independent agricultural development by the peasantry, greater emphasis on consumer goods, and less effort given to the kind of capital accumulation needed to build a strong military industrial base. Obviously, one of these sounds more ideal than the other and would have been great in theory.
You know what happened, right? I think what he's getting at, especially because Harry Haywood writes about it in Black Bolshevik, right, is he talks about how, like, at the time, right, permanent revolution had been being discussed at the Comintern extensively.
Mm-hmm.
And the more people that studied it and weighed in on it found that it was dog shit and worthless as a theory. And therefore they were going to stop teaching it, right? And what happened was the like half a dozen Trotskyists didn't like this and protested in the streets, right? Not Trotsky himself. He had already fled the country. Not his son, though, oddly enough. Not anybody else that was close to him that you would think under such like authoritarian rule would have been, sent to the gulag, murdered, or, tortured, whatever. So these Trotskyists openly, he talks about the story of these Trotskyists openly protesting in the streets, marching through the streets. There's like less than 12 of them. And people are just throwing like rotting food at them in the streets. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just talking about the ideal of this pure socialism, which would be great. We can go in this way of liberalized direction,
Right.
allowing more political diversity, more autonomy, all of these things, debate, criticism, greater autonomy, sector of privately owned small businesses, and all these things, which would be great. And obviously that sounds better on paper than moving in a still more centralized direction with a command economy and forced agrarian agriculture and full speed industrialization under a commandist autocratic party leadership. Like these two things are he's kind of weighing the scales here, but then he actualizes everything. The latter course, I believe, would have produced a more comfortable, more humane and serviceable society, meaning that Parenti acknowledges that all of these more liberalized things would create a more humane and serviceable society, and siege socialism would have given way to worker consumer socialism. The only problem is that the country would have risked being incapable of withstanding the Nazi onslaught. Instead, the Soviet Union embarked upon a rigorous forced industrialization. This policy has often been mentioned as one of the wrongs perpetuated by Stalin upon his people. It consisted mostly of building, within a decade, an entirely new, huge industrial base east of the Urals in the middle of the barren steppes, the biggest steel complex in Europe, in anticipation of an invasion from the West. Money was spent like water. Men froze, hungered, and suffered, but the construction went on with a disregard for individuals and a mass heroism seldom paralleled in history.
Yeah, there's like stories of people going out to these rural farm communities to help them collectivize. And not everybody agreed, to the point where these like young people that were originally from the city or something, or knew about like how to work these machines that they were getting out into these fields in order to be able to produce more at a faster rate, were being shot at. Risking their lives to try and collectivize these farms.
Yeah, it was a contentious issue for sure. I mean, this is the entire story. Like, I have a book downstairs that by some of those authors that we talked about earlier, that I say that I believe are very reputable Soviet historians, that talk about, a lot of the things that you might be able to point to in terms of the kulaks and some of the issues with them were carried out by what's the word that I'm looking for? Like zealots, peasant zealots. Like a lot of like some of the misfortune that happened to the kulaks was not by Soviet agents sent in from the cities in all circumstances. I'm sure that could have happened also.
So you mean it was carried out by people that, had up until a couple of years ago been tied to the land as property?
I'm just saying that it was other peasants that were like zealots for the Soviet policy that were doing a lot of or at least a considerable amount of the quote unquote harm of the kulaks. So I'd have to reopen that book. I don't want to talk too authoritatively on that, but I do have a book downstairs that talks about testimonies that, there might be a little bit of misconception about how the collectivization campaign was carried out and the victimization of the kulaks and where it came from. So coming to the end of the chapter, all this is not to say that everything Stalin did was of historical necessity. The exigencies of revolutionary survival did not make inevitable the heartless execution of hundreds of old Bolshevik leaders, the personality cult of a supreme leader who claimed every revolutionary gain as his own achievement, the suppression of party political life through terror, the eventual silencing of debate regarding the pace of industrialization and collectivization, the ideological regulation of all intellectual and cultural life, and the mass deportations of suspect nationalities.
It'd be so funny if
Jordan, when I said zealot, I was kind of trying to be like kind of out of myself when I said that, being that it was just very enthusiastic people. I wasn't necessarily decrying them for the actions that they took against people that very likely oppressed them for decades or centuries. So I'm sorry if it came off that I was impugning them for that kind of zeal, for having that zeal. I don't think zeal always is necessarily a bad thing. So I didn't mean that in a derogatory way.
So I'm gonna make a couple critiques here. So like the whole idea that like the old Bolsheviks were all like on the same page and all of like the same political ideology and background and aiming for the same things is a misnomer. It's not.
I don't think he said that.
Not true. No,
I
I
think he
know.
said
But
hundreds
like,
of them were executed.
right.
And
It
that-
was probably for good reason. It's not as if there weren't, fascist sympathizers or sympathizers that sought to overthrow their fledgling government, right? And it's not as if there weren't trials that have testimonies.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as though see, I consider myself a deep disciple of Parenti, and I read Parenti a lot. And we put all the Parentis in the chat. I can see yellow Parentis in the chat.
He's like, nah, he's not down with Stalin. Is the funniest part.
Well, maybe he is, or maybe he's not. I think he offers both sides of. I think he offers a measured account of Stalin that isn't a wholesale exoneration of everything he did, but also making sure to highlight the things that he did that likely saved the nation from the Nazis destroying everything. And if you looked at what the Nazis did on the Western Front, it is some of the most despicable things that have ever happened in all of humanity. And if they got through Stalingrad, what they would have done to the Soviet people, I mean, it is not insane to say we would have to do literally anything for this not to happen, because for this to happen means like the utter destruction and enslavement of our entire republic. So it makes, I understand that. I think you just need to, like I said, I walk into these topics that are highly controversial with a lot of charitability, but also, I mean, especially if it's coming from someone like Parenti, who I believe will come from the most measured of perspectives. If he's saying some of these things occurred, I also need to, I will, also disagree with them. And this is something, as I've said to you before, or as I've made clear many times, I've written a lot about Korean history. And one of the most disappointing things that I've ever read about Stalin or Stalin's policies was, the deportation of Koreans in the Soviet Union. Like, this was kind of heartbreaking for me to read, especially as a Korean people that were constantly going to the Soviet Union for education, and Lenin was helping them set up their first Korean communist parties and things like that. It's really sad to hear that because of the infiltration of Japanese espionage, Koreans were, were sent to other parts of the country, and a good amount of them may have died from starvation. I mean, I don't want to go completely off of Wikipedia, but there's some things that it's just like, you can only read so much and then be like, fuck, you kind of got to take an L on that one.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
And I think that it also, I guess we could also analyze the fact that he was willing to at least like tell him like, yo, you need to speak to Mao about this, and like, we're trying to offer like whatever help we can, but like we're not exactly trying to kick off World War III right after the second one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no, and I'm sympathetic to that also. Like when I'm reading about the Greek communists, and I'm reading about even the Korean communists that are like, yo, I wish the Soviet Union would come down here and help because we're being fucking liquidated by an American armed fucking, counter-revolutionary movement. And Stalin was like, we won't send them any arms. We won't send them any kind of support. And it's like, I understand why he didn't. He might have in his heart been like, yo, I wish I could help all these fucking socialist movements all around the world. But guess what? The moment I start doing that, the Americans didn't lose 25 million people. No. We did. The Americans didn't have Nazi hordes going through their villages, pushing people into what are called murder pits, open standing concentration camps to be mowed down and not even buried. This wasn't happening in the United States. So if the United States decides to pull the trigger on this Cold War thing and making it a hot war, we're fucked. We are absolutely fucking dead.
Because it wouldn't even just be the U.S. It would be don't doubt for us. It would be the whole Western world. And don't doubt for a second, it wouldn't be every single Nazi that they didn't kill, right? That they didn't manage to kill.
Oh, yeah, which there's plenty of, as we went over in our past streams.
Yeah, but they would be right on the front lines.
I think it's the way I look at it is like this. You're going to tune into this stream and you're going to hear me say a lot of good things about the Soviet Union, a lot of things that are considered controversial. You're going to hear me talk shit about Robert Conquest. You're going to hear me say things about the Holodomor. You're going to hear me say things about even the purges. You're going to hear me contextualize certain things about the gulags and things like that. But at the same time, especially if it's coming out of a Parenti book, I'm going to make sure that I'm objective and I'm saying what I'm not just going to skip over the parts where he says bad things about the Soviet Union and just talk about the good parts. I'm going to include that in there as well. And I'm also going to have to contend with the fucking negative consequences of this as well, because that's how we're going to move forward to in my opinion, a more prosperous and a more efficient socialist project that, you know, obviously it's nice for me to sit in my little chair here in my little house I'm not really involved in many political things other than this research and debate and you know, streaming things. So it's really easy for me to sit here and be like what I would do. And I'm not saying that at all.
I'll say it for you. We're going to give you a very round education in terms of like, you know, making sure that you're not going to be blindsided by like somebody's bullshit argument about this stuff. And so that like you don't walk into, you know, any kind of blind spot. So
right. What if you never heard about the Korean deportation?
Right.
You know what I mean? And you go and you start talking to somebody and somebody says that to you and it's like, you know, yeah.
No, I'm sure look, we still support the project of the Soviet Union. We still support like, you know, actually
I offer critical support.
Critical support of, you know, actually existing, you
Isn't
know,
that what's asked of us?
and anti-imperialist, you know, like, you know, fights and shit like that, right? But it's gonna come with some L's.
Everything comes with L's. If it doesn't come with L's, then you're a pure socialist.
Pretty much.
If you live in this fucking idealized fucking dreamland where you just walk through like as if like nothing bad at you, you're almost as bad as the pure socialists, but you just think that it existed.
I'm also kind of a bit of a crank, so it's good that Pat is like vehement about, because like I don't know, I will like pull stuff up to be like, well, but also Domenico Lacerdo also says this.
I love Domenico Lacerdo. I love him, but you know who else I love? Parenti.
Yeah, and it's funny how like, have you ever seen the video of Parenti actually being at a Grover Fur talk?
No.
There is a video on YouTube. I gotta find it again because it's been a minute since I last saw it. But he apparently was present at one of Grover Fur's like, you know, talks where it's just pretty much blood lies, but like, you know, spoken word.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, and I think I need to put an order in for food. I'm down to keep going for a little bit, but this is the end of my slides. I have no more slides like on the book. Do you have any anything you want to wrap up with on the book, or you feel we covered it pretty good?
I mean, like, you know, we kind of skipped over decentralization versus no, wait, we didn't. We went over that.
Yeah.
Right. And Louis Strong. All right. So I'll crank off about my whole thing about like, you know, like revolutions, like real things that I don't think a lot of people consider. Okay. You'll see it on the YouTube video. All right. So I'm going to skip over like a couple different things here, right? But this is like my big diatribe about like having a revolution, right? And especially in the context of, let's say, something like the US, right? Let's say that you are actually able to wage like, you know, protracted people's war against like, you know, the largest military threat that like, you know, the rest of the world doesn't exactly want to get into a hot war with, right? Let's say that like, you know, you're actually able to like win, right? And for anybody that like has watched, you know, the History Channel for longer than like a couple of years and was a weird little kid, right? In order to win a war, a lot of the times infrastructure is busted. Just look at the Soviet Union after the Patriotic War. Most of their infrastructure, their means of production were fucked, right? No means of producing shit, no means of getting medicine, you know, across the country from like the cities out to the countryside. You had people that no longer had electricity that maybe had it. You had people that like, you know, maybe lines of food, right, were now disrupted. You know, you had very legitimate grievances that people, right, are only going to be understanding about up to a point, even if it was like this great patriotic war, right? So let's say that something like that happens here, right? Where you have people that like already, you know, aren't very amenable to like your ideas, whether it's anarchism or some like fashion of ultra pure socialism or something. Most of the American people are not down with it, right? So let's say that like, you know, you've been able to beat the great Satan and like, you know, now all of your infrastructure is fucked and most of the people don't support you. You still have to contend with the fact that the rest of the known fucking world, right, probably doesn't think the project that you're trying to pull off is very cool at all. And let's say that you even do have somebody that's charismatic enough to like bring you all around and like, you know, keep you all together and rally everybody's spirits and stuff like that. Well, guess what? The rest of the known fucking world is probably going to consider that guy like your living god or something, or they're going to say whatever the fuck they want about it. Who cares what the fuck you think? You're some kind of ideologue. You're some kind of, you know, fucking brainwashed cult, you know? And this guy, right? Who knows what kind of things he had to do in order to win against, like, you know, this great military power? You know, who knows what kind of concessions he had to make or decisions he had to make? You know, what kind of L's he had to make in order to make all of this happen? But you're now trying to, you know, take this, you know, ideology and you're trying to transpose it on top of this culture that for the last, like, you know, 300 years has been based around capitalism, slavery, colonialism, all those questions that, like, you know, now need an answer, because it's not as if like indigenous people went away, and it's not as if like people of color went away, and it's not as if racial tensions were that good before this great cataclysm, right? So now you're trying to implement this great experimental social project, right, across like a fucking continent, right, that probably spilled over across borders, right? Because, you know, knowing how these kinds of destabilizing events happen, right, you now have people that probably aren't too sympathetic to your movement right up above you in like a country, let's say Canada, or even to the south of you in a country like Mexico, right? So you've got your charismatic, you know, living God leader that everyone, you know, assumes that you praise, and will do anything for, and he rules you either with an iron fist and murders any dissent, right? Whether he is or if he isn't really doesn't matter. Anything you put out is propaganda, so who's going to believe you? You're on the side of this great experiment where you're trying to build a new society, you know. Because after centuries of trying to do this through electoral means, it just really wasn't fucking working out. Go figure. And you now have all kinds of not just like weather natural disasters, because climate change is a thing, but now you've also got like whatever kind of like cleanup from all that infrastructure being destroyed did. And then there's like, you know, how are people living through the winter? How are they being fed? And you're trying to rebuild all of this stuff, but you need to implement like these changes, this build back better, right, with hammers and sickles and shit, or circle A's all over the place. So you're trying to do all of this shit, right? And you're trying to do things in a completely different way than they have ever been done before, right? And not everybody is going to be on board with you. So you're going to have pockets of resistance, and you're going to have pockets of resistance of people that think that they can do it better their way, or that like your way needs to be stopped just in general. So that's a lot to contend with, you know. And I'm just like hypothetically thinking about things like if they were to happen here, right? And that's like, you know, after reading books by Parenti and Lacerdo about like how complicated this shit is. And that's why, like, you know, I'm kind of a little bit willing to be like, yeah, Joey Steele had to make a tough decision about like whether those people, you know, actually had spies amongst them or not, or any of that other shit. But it wasn't like he was doing it in the name of like an ethnic cleansing, and it wasn't like he was doing it in the name of, you know, some kind of like, you know, means of not expropriating, but like, you know, dispossessing people, like, you know, of their land, if that makes any sense. It was more so out of a means of desperation and protection for, you know, a much larger country and a much, like, you know, greater amount of people. You know what I mean? I don't know how much of that you heard.
I haven't read I haven't read like a single book on the Korean displacement in the Soviet Union. All I've read was Asia's Unknown Uprising, where it talks about the historical legacy that existed between Korea and the Soviet Union. And according to like what the author in that book says, and this is probably his specific interpretation, but he painted a picture of like a glowing relationship between the Soviets and the Korean people since the Russian Revolution. They were training soldiers there in Korea, in Manchuria, in China. Like Lenin was like upholding his view that like we will support the movement of the colonized against the colonizer, and he was doing that. And then, maybe in a act of genuflection to the anti-Stalinist orthodoxy, the author then stated that a lot of this fell apart under Stalin, and obviously Stalin had a little bit more on his plate than Lenin did,
right,
from a number of different ways, but that he kind of summarized it up by that Korean displacement thing as being kind of like the final split between Korea and actually wouldn't happen because
it's kind of like have you ever read anything about the Brest-Litovsk or whatever the fuck it's called, Brest-Litovsk treaty that the Soviet Union signed with Germany very early on?
Yeah,
that one. So that had a lot of people willing to assassinate people, and it was just a simple returning of land to try and ease tensions between all these surrounding countries and this fledgling government that has this giant landmass, right? So they've got 1,000,001 things falling out of the sky at once on them, and they're trying to play Tetris out of this, and they're trying to do this as best they can.
And the other, and I really hate making this point because in my opinion, it's not a very good one. There's logic to it, but it's also kind of whataboutist or a little bit I've heard this before, that it's no process of industrialization in history has ever been unlubricated with blood. You know what I mean? So at least in terms of pointing fingers and making condemnations, no Western power can point at the Soviet Union and what it did, during the industrialization process and act as though its own society is unblemished or unstained by blood in its own industrialization process. Because unfortunately, blood has been the lubricant of industrialization in all of the world. Now, that is a very terrible thing to say if you're justifying killing many people because of industrialization. So that's why I don't even like making the point, but it is factual that no nation has industrialized. Now, the Soviet Union did it much quicker than many other places. The places like Europe and the United States spent centuries.
Right. And I think it's also worth noting that, especially after reading the little bit of Gerald Horne that we did, that all America really was doing was transposing practices of Europe, right, onto this new land. Whereas the Soviet Union is trying to implement this completely new, novel, social structure, culture, a system of governance, right, and means of production. You know what I mean? It's more so than just this one thing, this psychosocial production of of goods, or of raw material or any of these other things, right? It's also trying to completely create a new culture of people. You know what I mean? The Soviet man or whatever the fuck, they call it. I think a lot of people sometimes think that means that they were trying to breed half gorilla, half people things. It's an Alex Jones thing. Never mind. But there are going to be missteps, and I don't think that all of them are great, but I don't think it's a condemnation of the entire experiment altogether, in the same way that I don't think that I kind of wish that Parenti was as sharp as Chomsky is today, because I think it would be rather interesting for him to be able to see the China of Xi Jinping, right? Especially because I know that it's going to come up again, that he's going to make note of China, and it's still in the process of building productive forces.
Hold on.
And I'm sure, as he's writing Blackshirts and Reds, it's there's no reversing this. In the same way that many people today probably feel that there is still no reversal of like the reforms of Deng or gas. All right.
I mean, David Harvey. Today is the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China. It's a pretty significant day, and by your tepid applause, I'm guessing that you have mixed reaction to the Communist Party of China. Today, Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, which I direct, has released a report called "Serve the People." Oh, sorry. Well, worse than you, really. Worse than you. I thought it was all okay. Let me repeat myself. Today's the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China, and there we go. That's a much better. And I see you're not clapping. You're thinking about it. Okay, that's Michael's problem there. Tricontinental, tricontinental.org. You can download for free in many languages a report called "Serve the People," which was put together by our team in Shanghai, and it's a report on the abolition of extreme poverty in China. 800 million people lifted out of poverty. Now, I was born in India in 1967, a very fine year, 2 years before Ho Chi Minh died. And that's important because yesterday I just finished the introduction to my selected Ho Chi Minh. Friends, I've been working on that book since 1996. Don't make air quotes. It's done now. So it's an incredibly important study.
I bought a copy of that while I was in India. Just saying.
I'd like you to look at it. We released it today as an homage to the Communist Party of China. The Communist Party of China has done amazing things to lift people out of poverty. Imagine, I grew up in India. India has as many people in extreme poverty today as China has lifted out of extreme poverty. Just imagine that. If you had a choice to be born in China or in India, where would you pick? Unless you were born in the Ambani or Adani family. If you were born in a slum in India or in a working class family in China, where would you choose? It's easy for people in the United States to have this or that criticism of China, but you don't understand what it means to be born in a country that had been colonized and lived with a wretched old culture. You just don't get it, guys. You live on the other side of imperialism. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. You know, I read this book with a great deal of enjoyment. One of the reasons I really enjoyed it is this has, in a very conversational way, all the major themes of David Harvey's work since the 1960s. It has his really gripping sense of what urbanism is to capitalism. It has his fascination, and he says it, a term he likes, spatial fix. It has the spatial fix explained, I think, as clearly as you'll get in any of his other texts. But more importantly, the chapter on accumulation by dispossession, which I didn't know was a term that came from Arrighi, is an incredibly useful summary of this vital concept of accumulation by dispossession. It has these in a very conversational way. This is an incredibly useful book. And David, thanks for doing it, honestly. Chris is the better judge than you of anything that you do, David. Anything that you do. Just listen to Chris. Not only does Chris put your mic on.
For the record, I love David Harvey. I just want to throw that out there. I'm a big fan of reading David Harvey. I think he does a lot of great work. I think Vijay Prashad is also, but he is kind of taking it to him here. So
has to take him to task, man.
Thanks, Leon.
Hey, that's critical support, man. That he's critically supporting David Harvey.
Thanks a lot. But it's a really good book for that, you know, because it puts together for you, I would say, some of the principal, things that have detained David over the course of these last decades. So I think it's really vital, it's important, and you know how important David's work is. So I'm not going to spend time in going over that. instead, of course, I'm going to talk about what preoccupies me and what I didn't see in the book, David. So in that sense, it's really about me now, which, I'm sorry, guys, you came to hear about David, but this section is about me. There are three things I'd like to talk about, which I think are pretty important. One of them is, of course, David has been for a while in a debate, a public debate with Prabhat and Utsa Patnaik and with John Smith on the question of imperialism. And it is striking, though, reading the book, how imperialism doesn't really come in except in the margins. It's not a structuring concept. And I would like David to talk a little bit, because I know David thinks about these things greatly. How do we really understand the fact that the United States spends more on its military force than any country on the planet, and then, more than the next, I think, 9 or 10 countries in the world? Why are there so many US bases? How are we to understand the hybrid war that the United States prosecutes against Cuba, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Syria, you name it, friends, including, of course, China? David has a very interesting perspective on why the United States is going after China, which I completely agree with. It's a question of technology, the question of capital-intensive production. 100% agree with the argument. But where is the concept of imperialism in this? I would like David to reflect on that for us. I'm not really that interested in the debate with the Patnaiks and with John Smith, because I think that's a different kind of question, David, that they have raised. It's at a different level. But how thinking about some of these issues of why it is that certain countries can't or shouldn't be allowed to move from labor-intensive production to capital-intensive production, what are extra economic pressures to be called other than imperialism? China is not asking the United States to stop doing capital-intensive production. So China, in that sense, is not being imperialist against the United States. There are no Chinese warships off the coast of New York City the last time I looked. There's plenty of US warships, and now one unfortunate bedraggled British warship. When did they begin to... The HMS of all things, Queen Elizabeth. For God's sake, she's still alive. The HMS Queen Elizabeth sailing off half the crew has COVID. It's like the Opium War on acid. I don't understand what the British are doing. They have a country that's falling apart, and yet they've decided they've got to go poke the Chinese. For what reason? So the first set of considerations, I think, is to raise the question, is it important to have the concept imperialism somehow appear in the text? And I wonder how it would appear, if not grounded in the material structure of this prevention of the shift from labor-intensive production to capital-intensive production. The second set of considerations, I'm very interested in the Leninist break. And by the way, I didn't plan to wear this T-shirt, okay? It's just that I grab a T-shirt off the shelf and put it on. Okay, I'm not like that. I would have worn a Ho Chi Minh T-shirt to celebrate the final completion of the book. But no, I wore this old Lenin shirt. The Leninist consideration to me is important. It's very interesting that in all the texts on Western Marxism, Lenin gets skipped. If you look at, say, Perry Anderson's considerable, survey of Western Marxism, and he does it twice, by the way, he has 2 books on it. In both books, Lenin doesn't figure. He jumps from the second international thinkers over them to Gramsci or to Karl Koch or to, let's say, some of the more significant French figures. They skip Lenin, and I think that's significant. Ho Chi Minh doesn't skip Lenin. Lenin is, in fact, the beginning for them. Lenin is the beginning because what Lenin says is if you come from a colonized part of the world, the productive forces will not be developed for you there. Imperialism will not develop the productive forces. Therefore, you have to have a dual agenda, which Marx didn't think about. That's why Gramsci celebrated the Soviet Revolution as a revolt against capital. The book Capital, in fact. This is a revolt against the book. We need to take that seriously. We shouldn't duck that. What Lenin argued in the thesis to the Comintern 1920, which Ho Chi Minh reads in L'Humanité and says, my God, the sun came out in the sky for me. I never read anything like this. What that Leninist breakthrough suggests is that we have to consider that you've got to push an anti-colonial national liberation strategy simultaneously with the socialist revolution, simultaneously with the social revolution, land reform, and so on. You've got to move there. And we have to build the productive forces because, we can't wait for 1,000 years. And anyway, imperialism is never going to allow us to build the productive forces. So we've got to have this breakthrough. Consideration of that Leninist moment, I think, helps us understand so much of what Marxism does outside North Atlantic states. And I think that's another area, I think, of consideration. If we neglect Lenin, I think we neglect that seam of Marxism that is developed outside the North Atlantic. Even Walden Bellow, in his introduction to the Verso edition of Ho Chi Minh, says he's not a theorist. I take great objection to that. This view that theorists are only, in the academy in the West, whereas Ho Chi Minh or Mao are not theorists. Read them carefully, you will find a theory there. Isn't that what Gramsci said? Elaboration, elaborate theory out of practice. That's the obligation of the new intellectual. So the second set of considerations, I think, is where is Lenin in our thinking? Where is this Leninist moment, which actually is very important for 90% of the Marxists in the world, if not more. That's the second set of considerations. The third set of considerations is what's the post-capitalist future? And, I have to say, David, I read the first chapter and I stopped myself because I said, I'm reading this wrong. And in fact, I read right through and I was talking to Chris about it. But by the time I got to the last chapter, I realized that there is an issue here that I would like you to, clarify. In the first chapter, David talks about how capitalism is too big to fail.
I didn't even think about this, but this is kind of like a refutation of the dynamic that Parenti described here. This because it is almost as if, and I'll admit this from reading David Harvey's works, I think he does engage in this genuflection of he'll write all these things about socialism and Marxism, but then he'll throw in the, but China bad, but Soviet Union bad, you know what I mean, type thing.
Yeah, because
and now
he taught capital for
right.
30 fucking years.
So he's kind of dogmatic to the puritanical Marxian, with none of the developments as it goes through Lenin and Mao and Stalin and Castro. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna take a wild stab in the dark, and I'm just gonna assume that David Harvey likely hasn't read that much work by, let's say, Chinese economists or Vietnamese economists.
But it's cool to have Vijay step up here and challenge that kind of genuflection. I don't even remember how David Harvey responds or if he even responds. I haven't watched this in a while, but this is actually one of my breakout. When I first heard this, I was like, I need to buy books from this guy. Vijay?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. When I first heard this, I was like, who is this person? I need his books. I need to read what this guy's saying.
And that's an interesting issue because this raises the question of socialism. I think David is right in one sense that a post-capitalist situation today on a global scale, in other words, what used to be called in the communist international literature, the world revolution, is not going to happen in our time, perhaps. Okay, we never know what happens. Imagine. Do you think that the Russians sitting in Switzerland, like Lenin, thought there'd be a revolution in the largest country in the world? I don't think they thought that. Not at Zimmerwald. They certainly didn't think that at Zimmerwald. That was only 2.5 years before a revolution breaks out. So God knows what's going to happen, friends. We are living in a permanent COVID catastrophe. The way in which people are piss mad about the world as it is, we don't know what's going to happen. But I take the point that advanced capitalism is so sophisticated right now. It's so integrated. Labor is so socialized. It's difficult to imagine properly the possibility of making socialism or even a socialist experiment in one country. Look at how the experiments are being sanctioned, the blockades and so on. These are firm and difficult. I take that point. On the other hand, I wonder very much if it's too big to fail, because in a way, capitalism is a failure for most people. It is actually existential failure already. So it's not a question of we will starve in the future if we break down capitalism. We are already starving. 2 to 3 billion people on the planet are already in starvation. So I'm thinking about this post-capitalist issue. I think we should think about it quite seriously. For me, the post-capitalist moment has to be understood now. We can't suspend it till later. Now, I take very seriously the line in the German ideology where Marx and Engels write that, look, guys, don't be idealists, okay? Communism isn't something that you impose outside into the world. Communism is the real movement of history. It's a very important section of the German ideology. I've never really understood Althusser. I tried my best to read it. I never really picked up on the young Marx, old Marx. I just see a thinker trying to understand things, and he makes changes all the time in his life. It's not like young Marx and old Marx is enough. Marx is constantly changing. Even in the so-called old Marx, as David says in this book, while he's writing Capital 1, he's already writing Capital 3. So David very carefully and cleverly says, when he's talking about rate and mass, he has a question he raises. The answer is in Capital 3 because he's noting that down over there. Marx is always changing, always thinking. Young, old, I'm not sure. But certainly in the German ideology, this is a significant point that.
Yeah, Bike Gata. There's actually a picture of Xi Jinping on the cover of Brief History of Neoliberalism. I think the three people featured is Reagan. Is it Reagan, Thatcher, and Xi Jinping? Or is it Deng?
Wait. What's it called? Brief History of Neoliberalism?
You know what? Hold on. I have the book. I'll go get it.
No, that's Deng. I'm sorry, Deng Xiaoping. It's not Deng. It's supposed to be pronounced Deng. But yeah, that's Deng Xiaoping, Thatcher, Reagan, and who the fuck is that guy? I don't even know who the fuck that guy. Who's that fucking? It looks like what's his name from fucking Turkey, Erdogan or something. Is that Erdogan?
Okay, I was way off.
Is that Allende? No, it is.
I was way off.
Well, I already knew it was Deng when I Googled it.
I don't think that's Allende. That looks like that's Salvador Allende.
I thought it was fucking Erdogan from the picture I could pull up on fucking. No, that's Pinochet. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That's way
Allende,
off.
I don't even think there's any of that recent pictures of Allende.
That's like the opposite.
Sorry, I just had to run and get my copy because I'm vain like that, and I need to.
I mean, like what he's getting at is that like it took Marx 30 years to write Capital. He started writing Capital literally like when he was still, I think, like a young man, and like Capital is just the magnum opus of everything.
Yeah, I do things. I do the exact same things, like say Allende instead of Pinochet. Like that's such an understandable brain reaction that I feel like I've done that exact thing before. What were you saying?
What I was saying is that like Marx wrote Capital Volume 1 over the course of like 30 years. That's why it's considered like his magnum opus. Like it's literally everything.
Right. And I have food on the way. Pretty much when it gets here is when I'm going to sign off. All right.
All right. Yeah, no, because I think we're about done. I think like just finish this video wherever you want.
Exactly.
We don't impose our views onto the world. It doesn't work like that. We have to look at the real motion of history. And in a sense, the real movement of history requires us to look at places like China, look at what they're doing, understand what are the experiments. Let's understand what's happening in Vietnamese public health. How is it that in Vietnam, they had such a low COVID fatality rate? How is that? Because they have an extraordinarily good public health system, which was praised in 1978 at the Alma Ata meeting of the World Health Organization. And they absorbed traditional Vietnamese medicine into modern medicine in the same way as the Chinese absorbed old Chinese medicine into modern medicine. They didn't neglect it or laugh at it, etc. They were clever. and they built a structure of rural medicine. You see, I'm going to say a few things and then I'll end there, Chris. I know you told me speak as much as you want. It's a dangerous business. But what I want to say is, you know, these countries, as part of the Leninist project, because they understood the worker-peasant alliance, and you can't write about the world today without agriculture. The worker-peasant alliance, they moved towards different forms of land reform in an early way. Now, it's true in Vietnam, North Vietnam in particular, 53 they had land reform. By 56 they were criticizing themselves, you know, very severely. I'm not interested in the criticism. What I'm interested in is what they don't talk about. When you go after landlordism, you create the possibility in a rural area to create collective structures of social welfare. See, this is something you don't think about if you don't understand rural areas. When landlords have a grip on rural society, they don't permit collective structures of social welfare to be built because they create patron-client relations. I know this fundamentally from looking at caste structures in India. Landlords don't want caste to be attacked because caste for them is a mechanism of social control, and they
And a really, really interesting book is one that was recently released by Vijay Prashad and co-edited by a good friend of mine named Nithish. I'm sorry, I don't know his last name just off the top of my head. Called 1921, The Malamar Uprising. And it actually goes directly into this. This relation between caste and landlordism. It covers this right here. It talks about this, which by European standards and by historical standards, this was looked at as a Muslim versus Hindu rebellion. Malabar Rebellion, popular uprising, was also against the prevailing feudal system controlled by elite Hindus. And he talks about this is that a lot of people try to make this out like it was a religious type of conflict, but it is of Nitish and Vijay's perspective that this was a class conflict. This had very little to do with competing religious ideologies, but it happened to be that it was, like this says, feudal system where the Hindus were the landlords and the Muslims were the serfs, I guess you could refer to them as. So you can paint it easily and just kind of like make it like black and white, as in like, here's the Muslims and here's the Hindus. But in reality, the landlords just happened to be Hindus.
I thought it was the other way around.
No, the Hindus were it said the Hindus were the landlords.
Okay.
The popular uprising was also against the prevailing feudal system controlled by the elite Hindus.
Okay.
Yeah. The British had appointed high caste Hindus in positions of authority to get their support, and this led to protests turning against the Hindus.
I'm thinking of before the English.
Yeah. So there's a really interesting rebellion that happened that they wrote about. Maybe one day we'll read the book. It's very short. And then if we read that, we could get Nitish on here to talk about it, which would be awesome because Nitish is a good friend of mine.
I mean, if it's that short of a read, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, especially because I still think maybe we could do like dueling books, like, you know.
Sure. Yeah, I'm open to it. We'll talk about it in our next planning discussion.
Yeah.
They want to be the ones who provide social goods when there's a catastrophe. When you get rid of the landlords, as they did in Vietnam after 53, you can create collective structures of social welfare. And that's what you see in Vietnam today. I have traveled in rural Vietnam, and you get to see there this incredible...
Pause it. Thank you, Baigata, for
social
the
welfare
subscription.
What?
Thank you, Baigata, for the Prime subscription. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Institutions that provide health and education and retirement schemes. David makes a really good point about how pensions are being stolen in the West. It's not happening in those countries because pension structures are rooted in these collective structures in rural areas. Got to look at those as well. The whole world is not identical to the West. That's something I want you to think about. Agrarian parts of the world are fighting deep struggles to defeat landlordism. That's got to be the center of our focus. Most people in the world today are still living most people in the world in Asia are still living in rural areas. That fight is the key fight. So I made 3 points, David. I hope those were pretty clear in my own way.
Wait, there were 3 points in that?
Non-theoretical, non-Althusserian.
Was that 3 points or was that a dissertation? On,
Yeah, right.
you know what I mean? Like,
non-properly scholaristic way. But these are things I said from the heart. David Harvey is somebody that I like to think with a lot. This is an important book, and I'm really proud and happy to share this moment, David, to say to people, please read this. It's going to help you. If you've never read David Harvey, this is a really good introduction. Thanks a lot.
I thought it was really important that we sit more with the questions of imperialism, because if we don't,
did they skip the response? This isn't the whole thing is like 2 hours long, so I don't know, but maybe they skipped his response. I don't know.
then the questions of capital, it's complete. You're going to go down. It was Stalin who said something along the lines, of like theory, practice. Theory without practice goes nowhere, and practice without theory.
By God, if you haven't heard us say this, me and Johnny and myself it is of the subversive history opinion that Vijay Prashad is this generation's Michael Parenti.
I even said it to him.
Yeah, and he was very modest when we said this to him, and he said that there could never be another Michael Parenti. But in terms of like a engaging personality that can speak well, and when you read his books, they go down like water. They're so easy, and he releases a lot of books that are very short. You know what I mean? Like Washington Bullets and Red Star Over the Third World are 2 Vijay Prashad books that are just so easy to read. And I put both of those books right up there with Blackshirts and Reds and Democracy for the Few and Against Empire with Parenti as like, if somebody just was getting into this type of political thinking, I put Vijay Prashad as like right up there with Parenti in terms of the value of his work. And like, I really can't say enough about him. Him and Parenti are my 2 favorite political authors by like a landslide.
I would say top 3: VJ, Michael Parenti, obviously
he's gonna say Lacerda. He's gonna say Lacerda
and Domenico. Like,
yeah,
who else am I gonna put up there? It's like those. I've literally bought every fucking Lacerda book that I can fucking find that's been translated to English.
Yeah,
and like it's bullshit how many more books there are that like aren't translated into English, and I'm like, there's no point in me fucking buying this. I'm never gonna learn German. I'm never gonna learn Portuguese. Like fucking, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ropes in the dark. We have to understand, the way that these different concepts are interconnected. And if we don't, centralize imperialism, then especially China, I feel like it's just going to be a dead end in circles trying to understand how they're acting, because everything about China is in response to, the collapse of the USSR is in response to American imperialism. I mean, I wouldn't go that far at the USSR, but again, American imperialism, I think, is just a really central question. I wanted to sit with it. Sorry.
Let me just come in with that, if that's okay. I mean, for me, imperialism is not a set of rhetorics. It's understanding a structure, a real structure in the world. I've actually never understood imperialism to prevent industrialization. It's about control of. Let me put it another way. Just before he died, I talked to Samir Amin, who was a dear friend of mine and a great teacher and a person who understood things in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
And we had many disagreements, not the least of which about Egypt, with which he had his own views. But he's Egyptian. And nowadays in the United States, people say, let's hear from an Egyptian, as if that's somehow more credible. This idea, like I get this sometimes. People say, we want to hear from a Syrian. Which one? Who? Like what class background and so on. But there is this sort of populism that has taken over people's imagination. I can introduce you to lots of terrible Palestinians, that are willing to collude and cooperate with the Israeli apartheid Zionist project and with US imperialism. Lots of Indians, including Narendra Modi, grotesque, and so on. Let's hear from an Indian. Let's bring Narendra Modi to speak to you. Yes. So I'm actually not interested in the idea of imperialism as a set of rhetorics. Obviously, these are serious issues of structure. And yes, of course, capitalism will, seek out places where industrialization can take place and so on. But there are certain aspects of control. And this was the conversation with Samir. He said there are 5 or 6 areas of control which are, where there's no permission to export these things. One of them is science and technology. And I mean, David makes a lot about the refusal to allow capital intensive to go to certain places. Another one is financial systems. Control over financial systems is maintained. Control over arms and who gets to be the top dog militarily, maintained. These so-called freedom of navigation exercises. Control over communications, the information war. Just look at the internet. It'll say, this is a Chinese government website. When are you going to say this is funded by the US government? 90% of NGOs funded by the US government. You'll never get that on YouTube or Google or anything. Funded by the Russian government. Funded. This is information wars to delegitimize these sources of information. Now, I'm not saying they're all great, but that's not the point I'm making. The point is who gets to define things, How do you define what's happening to Venezuela? How do you define what's happening to Cuba? January 11th, okay? Something happens in the morning. Miguel Diaz-Canel, president of Cuba, gets into a car in Havana, drives to San Agustin de los Baños, walks among the people and says, what's your... Have you ever seen a US president get into a car and go and talk to protesters? Every day, 3 people are killed in the United States by the police. Where is SOS USA? Never. But yes, there's SOS Cuba. This is an information war, guys.
They're all
this
coming
is
out of
control over
Langley,
information.
Virginia.
Imperialism isn't a set of rhetorics. It's about the fact that there are these capillaries of control over certain aspects. Finance is a huge element in this. The SWIFT system, the ability to access capital through the IMF. I'll give you a little story. The head of the IMF, a very decent person, Georgieva, she made a statement saying during the pandemic, we're going to release capital to countries that are struggling, that need to help their healthcare systems and so on. On the IMF website, it said that the representative from the government of Venezuela in the IMF, and it named a person who is a government official of the government of Nicolas Maduro. So the IMF got a request from the government of Venezuela for funding, for their own money, by the way, just to let you know, a share of their own money. The IMF refused the money. So I called the IMF and I said, what about this? You've got on your own website the name of an official, and you're saying that the actual government of Venezuela is in contest only by the United States, Britain, and a half a dozen, formerly colonial countries or imperialist countries, whatever. A day later, this government official's name disappeared from the website. They disappeared the name. Now, talk about Stalinism and airbrushing. They just removed the person from the website.
Wait, can you pause real quick?
I called the person again, and
So, and I bring this up because he kind of, brought it up that, like, we're not great men of history people, right?
We're not what?
We're not great men of history people, right? Like, we don't believe in the great man of history and that, like, one man dictates, like, the will of an entire country, right?
Right.
That, like, in order for something like the relocation project of those, like, Korean emigres within the Soviet Union,
Correct.
probably would have required more than just, like, the
Joseph
seal
Stalin.
of approval from Stalin.
100%. 100%.
So I feel like we should probably address that now, and before I forget that, like, for all of these critiques, even Khrushchev, when I critique Khrushchev, when I could critique Gorby, right, when I critique even Boris, right, it's not these single people. There's a system of government in place that eschews these realities, upon people. There is a movement right within that government. There is, many people involved in making these decisions, and there is like public will, if in some of them, or at least a majority of them.
Yeah. And we were saying this about Sankara. I didn't want Sankara to be made as though he was like Jesus Christ who walks upon water. Sankara is a mascot of sorts for the Burkinabe people. Nothing that Thomas Sankara would be possible if it was not for the enthusiastic cooperation and will of the Burkinabe people. And
He would have died in prison without the Burkinabe people.
He would have languished in prison if it was not for the Burkinabe. So I agree 100%, and I apologize if throughout this stream I maybe shorthanded some things to Stalin, maybe, but that is an overall critique of whether it's a great man theory or it's an evil man theory. Very rarely in history do developments boil down to the decisions of a single individual.
Right.
These are the collective results of many, many factors that span across the entire society, which is one of my biggest issues with this Hitler thing, because I think you can really scapegoat a lot of Europe's and Germany's problems just by pointing at Hitler. Like, oh no, we were perfectly chill, and then Hitler came, and now Hitler's gone, and no need to investigate the way that we operate as a society any further. It was just all bad man Hitler. When in reality, this was perfect for the trajectory of Germany's quest for imperialism and settler colonialism and racial science and all of these things, which likely would have culminated in some type of a genocide. Well, it didn't culminate in a genocide of the Nama and the Herero people of what is today Namibia, but that just goes to say that this genocidal campaign was not something unrealized or something that only Adolf Hitler could have fomented. This was very much, German society was very much primed for this type of scenario.
I make one exception, and that's Edward L. Bernays. If there is one evil man in history that could, if you have a time machine and you want to create a better world, go back in time and murder Edward L. Bernays as a child.
The younger, the better.
The younger, the better.
You know, they told me, and I'm speaking to you on the record, they told me that the U.S. Treasury Department is not happy with the U.S. Treasury. What do they have to do with the IMF? You see, so it's control over financial systems. This is imperialism. Give me a better term to explain this. I'm not wedded to the rhetorics of, I'm not interested in standing at a square and yelling and screaming and fulminating and protecting my bourgeoisie. I would like my bourgeoisie to drown in its own spit. I don't care about that. That's not the theory. The theory has to manifestly understand these capillaries of control. You can use any other word if you want to give me a postmodern word. I'll take it into consideration. But you don't have a better word for it. Give me a better theory, and I'll absorb it. And I'll tell you, this "give me a better theory" business comes from a Tony Kushner play. You know, Tony Kushner wrote a terrific play called Angels in America. I don't know if you've seen the second part called Perestroika, where Ante-Diluvievich comes to the stage. He's the oldest living Bolshevik. You remember this? Ante-Diluvievich comes and he says, you NEP men, he's yelling at the Gorbachev people, you NEP men, you little snakes. He said, you know, even a snake, he said, before it gives up its skin, grows another one. He said, I want a theory. Give me a theory. You've rejected our theory. Even a snake, before it gives up its skin, grows a new. What is your theory? You don't have a theory. You are just going to wither in the sunlight. So if you give me a better theory than the theory of imperialism, I'll adopt it. But you don't have one. And what I find interesting in David's book is all the elements of the theory are there. For instance, the suffocation of certain parts of the world, and they are, in fact, certain parts of the world that are not permitted to move to capital intensive. Bangladesh, for instance. Why cannot Bangladesh move? And David, you make a lot of Bangladesh. Why can't Bangladesh move from labor-intensive production in the garment sector to capital-intensive? Is it a demographic problem? I don't think so. Yes, it's the domestic bourgeoisie in Bangladesh is ridiculously horrible. We would like to overthrow them. But is that the only problem? Are there other problems? Is there a lack of capital? How will they access capital to make the move to capital-intensive and so on? See, Xinjiang, for instance, much in the news for other reasons, is basically capital-intensive agriculture. You know, David, one of the interesting features of this is I would like to send a subpoena to John Deere Corporation in Illinois, because John Deere has exported more farm equipment to Xinjiang province than any other company. Why are they silent when all this stuff is going on about slave labor in Xinjiang? Why doesn't John Deere come on the record and say, yes, but by the way, we also exported all these tractors and combine harvesters? How do you have this massive export of combine harvesters and slave labor in the same
labor like a
yes,
year ago?
because you have a fanatical anti-Semitic Christian evangelic by the name of Adrian Zenj, who came on Democracy Now! To talk about lies. Okay, that's what you have. That's control over information and communication systems. And that you need a theory to explain that. And for me, that theory is imperialism. So just taking up from your views and so on, I agree with you. We need a theory. Give me a better theory, I'll adopt it. Until I get a better theory, this one is pretty good to me.
And stick around, Baikata, because
30
we're going
years
to invite
ago,
him on.
I joined the Communist Party of India Marxist 30 years ago. Imagine this. The Soviet Union was collapsing and I joined the Communist Party. That's how intelligent I am. I wouldn't have changed anything because I believe, my friend, you have to do things. There's no blueprint that comes at you. There's no theory that comes at you. There's no leadership that's in front of you that is clairvoyant. Lenin in one of his texts says that if you're not willing to make mistakes, you'll do nothing. If you're not willing to make mistakes, you'll do nothing. You have to do things. You have to get involved in things. You have to try to euthanize the landlords. You have to do something. You have to get involved with other people. The point of struggle is to be involved with other people, not to have the correct ideas. You see, it's very easy to develop the correct ideas. We have in this country at least a civilization of grad students who each have the correct idea. But if you don't join together and build movements where you build it in compassion with each other, where you understand that you're not perfect, you're trying to build perfection. And not even perfection, you're trying to, what's that word, asymptotically attain perfection. Like a railway line, which looks like an infinity, it joins. As you keep walking, it keeps looking as if it's not joined. That's the nature of contradictions. You think you want utopia to emerge. If you don't want utopia, you wouldn't do shit. We are motivated by the desire for utopia. You got to do something. You got to get involved. You can't just say, what can I do? You just got to go and do. And then in doing, you'll experience things and you'll grow and you'll learn how to deal with other people. The most important thing in politics, by the way, isn't having like the correct program. It's learning to be not an asshole. Learning to be in your cell meeting and learning with other people and figuring out how to talk to each other and just being a decent person as you try to model decency in the world. We're trying to model decency and honesty. That's what we're really trying to model. If Marxists are actually honest with each other, that's really what we're going for when we build movements. We want decency, honesty. We want you to go out in front of people. One of the reasons I love Ho Chi Minh is he keeps talking about that. Don't be bureaucratic. Don't be commandist. Don't tell people what to do. I'm not telling you anything to do. I'm just telling you, you got to experience the world. You can't experience the world in the pages of a book alone. There is no revolutionary theory without revolutionary practice. But by the way, that's a vice versa statement. There's no practice without the theory either. And by the way, Lenin didn't finish the sentence. And that quotation comes from What Is to Be Done, which is a book about organization.
Every time I've seen Vijay speak live, someone asks him, what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah, I imagine bringing such a vapid question, to a talk about such immense, it's so immensely complex talk.
You have all the ideas. What do we do?
Yeah, tell us. He's not even a politician. You know what I mean?
No.
He writes books about history and stuff like that. It just seems weird to be like, so what do we do? Tell us what to do right now. And he's like, I don't know, man.
Go out, smoke a blunt, and fucking, I don't know, join a party.
Let's see if my food should be here any minute. Let me see.
So yes, thanks for that. What he's saying is there is no theory which is not then moved into organization which produces practice. It's not just theory and practice. There's not just two concepts there. There's organization. It's a core. The whole book is about organization, and yet people take that sentence out of the book and say, well, it's about theory and practice. That's because they don't want to build organizations. You can't build power unless you build organizations. We don't just want to have the right ideas. We want to build power. We want to win. I'm not struggling, by the way, for the sake of struggling. I want to win. I want to win. I want to abolish capitalism. I want to go beyond the system that treats people as inhumane, as inhumans, as like animals. We want to transcend this system. We don't want this. And to do that, you have to risk yourself in the world. So you can't just say, what can you do? Do something for God's sake. Next month, the International People's Assembly will be launched. If you want to know more about it, there's Manolo de los Santos standing behind the bar. He will tell you everything you want to know about the International People's Assembly, an international organization or network or platform of 200 political organizations from around the world, including the Workers' Party of Tunisia, Communist Party of Nepal, the whole range.
You tapping out?
I'm tapped, man. I'm tired.
All right, everybody.
Sorry to cut it short, everybody. I'm so tired. I've been up since like 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I got pad thai that just arrived. We'll be back on Wednesday for the next chapter.
Oh wait, shit. Here, let me. There we go. 5:30. Or do you want to keep
called Communism in Wonderland? This will be the next on Wednesday.
5:30 on Wednesday, or do you want to keep doing it early?
No, I work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then we have something special planned for Friday.
Yes, we will have Rick from the Decolonized Buffalo podcast. He will be coming on Friday and talking at us about indigenismo and Aztlan and possibly Mestizaje, or whatever questions everybody wants to ask. Throw them in chat, and we'll read them off to Rick. And I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This will be like our first guest of many. Stick around for the long term, and at some point we're gonna have VJ on, and maybe even some people that VJ works with. That it'll be really cool.
I agree. So, all right, everybody, pop back in on Wednesday so we can continue dissecting and analyzing the classic work of Michael Parenti, Blackshirts and Reds. Until then, I wish you all the best. La salam.
La salam.
I will, if you want, shoot us a like on the Subversive History Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to see past streams, which is Subversive History YouTube. And I guess there's a Twitter too that I never go on. So
yeah. There's a Twitter. The YouTube is literally just Subversive History. You'll know when you found it, right? I'm not gonna post the link because I don't feel like finding it right now.
Thank you, Great Wax. Appreciate you being here. Like Gata, Frankster, Vlad. I know Dorian was here, but he left. Sam, just everybody. I appreciate Ross Publica, Liar Judas. All you guys have been so great, and I sincerely appreciate all the support. Grom Storino, Chimera Machina. You guys are the best, and I sincerely appreciate all the support and participation that makes this a little bit easier. So I'll talk to everybody soon. Everybody have a good night. See you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Oh, shit. All right. Wait, hang on. All right. Chat, make a decision. Do you want to raid Luna Oi or Famous Horse?
I vote Luna.
All right. Yeah, we raid Famous Horse pretty regularly. I think Luna. Wait, how do you spell it?
I am planning to go to Vietnam in 2024, so we should start garnering our relationship with Luna Oi, because I'm planning a trip to Vietnam in 2024. So,
are you really?
Yeah.
I want to. When were you going to tell me about that? Do I get to be a cameraman for that?
If you want, I'm going for my 20. I'm going. Me and Vika want to go, but you're definitely welcome to come.
I would love to join you. And can I bring my wife along?
You can bring your wife. So yeah, well, maybe more on that. We'll talk about that more off stream. Long-term goals to be discussed.
Long-term goals.
All right. Have a good night, everybody. I'm out. I got pad thai to eat.
Have a good one, man. All right, everybody. See you Wednesday. Enjoy Luna's stream. Let's see if she acknowledges it.